Everyone, this is the meeting of the New York Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, and will come to order at this time. It is Friday, June 4th at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'm Brian Hamill. I'm the chair of the Advisory Committee. Members also present are Athena Mutwa, Iris Chen, Jamil Bakwa, Donald Dermott, Tiffany Graham, Robert Klump, Vivian Louie, Len McIntyre, Raphael Manguel, Stephen Raga, Nika Rosian, and Craig Trainer. Also present are U.S. CCR staff, and there may be members of the public who have joined in a listen-only capacity until invited to speak during public comment at 4:30. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights is an independent bipartisan agency of the federal government charged with studying discrimination or denial of equal protection of the laws because of race, color, religion, sex, age, disability, or national origin, or in the administration of justice. In each of the 50 states and the District of Columbia, an advisory committee to the Commission has become established. They are made up of responsible persons who serve without compensation to advise the Commission on relevant information concerning their respective state. Today, our purpose is to hear testimony regarding racial discrimination in eviction policies and enforcement in New York. The speakers begin to veer away from the civil rights question at hand to discuss possibly important but unrelated topics. I will interrupt and ask them to refrain from doing so. Based on the information collected through testimony, our committee will draft a report that will include findings and recommendations that will be shared with the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. The Commission will then forward those recommendations to the appropriate federal and state entities. At the outset, I want to remind everyone that this meeting is being recorded. It will be transcribed for the public record, and that today's meeting is part of a series of meetings the committee is hosting on the topic. All the meeting information is available in the Federal Register. I'd also like to present the ground rules for today's meeting. This is a public meeting. It is open to the media and to the general public. The meeting is being recorded for public record, and we have a very full schedule of people who will be making presentations with very limited time available. The time allotted for each presentation must be strictly adhered to, and this will include a presentation by each panelist or group of panelists presenting together for 10 minutes. After all of the panelists have concluded their statements, committee members will engage them in questions and answers. To accommodate persons who are not on the agenda or wish to make statements, we have scheduled a public comment session today from 4:30 to 5 o'clock. At the appropriate time, when indicated to do so, anyone wishing to make a statement should press *3 on their phone or use the raise hand function on their web browser to request that they be unmuted so they'll be able to speak. In addition, written statements may be submitted by email to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights to Molly Trachtenberg at usccr.gov until July 25th. Please note that we have interpreters for providing interpretation in Mandarin, Spanish, and we also have closed captions available. This information is available in the Federal Registry and also the press release for today's meeting. Though some of the statements made today may be controversial, we want to ensure that all invited guests do not defame or degrade any person or any organization. As the chair, I reserve the privilege to cut short any statements that defame, degrade, or do not pertain to the issue at hand. In order to ensure that all aspects of the issues are represented, knowledgeable persons with a wide variety of experience and viewpoints have been invited to share information with us. Any person or any organization that feels defamed or degraded by statements made in these proceedings may provide a public response during the open comment period. Alternately, such persons or organizations can file written statements for including in these proceedings. I encourage all persons making presentations today to be judicious in their statements. The advisory committee appreciates the willingness of all participants to share their views and their experiences with this committee. Finally, the rules for the committee Q&A portion of the panel discussions are as follows. The Q&A session is reserved for committee members only. The committee may ask questions of the entire panel or individual members of the panel after all panelists have had the opportunity to provide their statements. Committee members must be recognized by the chair before asking any question of the participants. In addition, because of the large number of members and the short period of time that we have, each committee member will be limited to one question. However, if we have sufficient time, I will return to allow second questions to be asked. So at this time, we're going to begin the presentation, and I would like to call upon our first panelists, Peter Hepburn and Renee Lewis, who are presenting together. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you so much for having us here. My name is Peter Hepburn. I'm an assistant professor of sociology at Rutgers University, Newark, and a research fellow at the Eviction Lab at Princeton University. I am joined by my colleague Renee Lewis, who is a research specialist with the Eviction Lab and an incoming graduate student in sociology at Stanford University. We're going to be discussing the results of a study that we published last year in the journal Sociological Science, analyzing racial and gender disparities in eviction rates, with particular focus on the experience here in New York City. So the goal of this article was to establish whether such disparities, differences in eviction rates by race and gender, exist, and if so, to describe their scale and the populations that they disadvantage. This research has potential implications for social service provision, for the targeting of legal aid, and more broadly, applications to fair housing law. It also addresses an existing gap in the literature. Previous analyses of racial disparities in eviction rates have mostly been conducted in single sites. For instance, there's been important work on this subject in Milwaukee, in Seattle, Baltimore, Boston, but these single site studies have inherent limitations, and it's unclear the extent to which findings are generalizable. Most are also conducted at the neighborhood level, which is to say either at the census tract or the zip code level. These analyses can identify whether evictions are more common in majority Black or majority Latinx neighborhoods, but they can't answer the question of whether those who are actually facing eviction are themselves Black or Latinx, or whether those facing eviction in majority white neighborhoods are more likely to be people of color. In research parlance, this is understood as a potential ecological fallacy. This is, however, typically the best solution that is possible. Eviction records do not systematically record the demographic characteristics of defendants. If an eviction case was filed against me today, it would record my name and address, the cause of the filing, the amount of back rent and damages that the landlord was claiming, but it wouldn't record that I am myself white and male. Because we wanted to conduct analysis at the case level, we turned to a set of well-validated statistical tools that allowed us to impute or to predict the gender and race and ethnicity of defendants in eviction cases. In the case of gender, we use multiple algorithms that allow us to impute gender on the basis of first names. So for instance, Peter is much more likely to be a man's name than a woman's, and we can assign a specific probability to that likelihood based on Social Security data. For racial and ethnic identification, we used an algorithm that identified the likely race of defendants on the basis of their last name and their geolocation. So again, someone with my last name, which is Hepburn, is extremely likely to be white, and especially if they live in my neighborhood. This is an admittedly imperfect solution, but it allows us to derive plausible estimates and to appropriately bound the uncertainty around those estimates. So we applied these methods to the court records of eviction cases that were collected, cleaned, and validated by the Eviction Lab at Princeton University. We focus on cases that were filed between 2012 and 2016, and we restricted analysis to places in which we were able to confirm that we had all records for the given years. In total, this gave us nearly 1.5 million eviction filings across 1,195 counties in 36 states. That means we have coverage in roughly 40% of all counties, though unfortunately, only 3 of those counties are in New York, the Bronx, Queens, and Richmond County. Now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Renee, who will handle the back half of this presentation. Sorry, just gotta. Great. Renee, you got it?
Okay, I do have it now. I can't see the slides though, is there?
So Renee, I believe we can see the slides. So if you're able to start speaking, we're on slide 9 that says data. Do you have those notes on your end?
I am not able to control the slides, but maybe I can just, would someone be able to do that?
Yes, I can do that for you. Can you just let me
Okay.
know when you need me to advance the slides and I will advance them for you?
Sure, okay.
Okay.
Next slide. Yeah,
All
okay,
right.
so thank you. Thank you, Peter. I'll transition now to share some of the results of our study. So this figure here summarizes the results we found at the national level using our full sample of almost 1,200 counties. And what this figure shows is 3 key statistics for each racial group. In red, we have the share of renters from the racial group over all renters. In green, we have the share of defendants. So this is all people who are filed against for eviction in our court records. So this is the share of those people by racial group. And in blue, we have the share of all defendants who received an eviction judgment from that racial group. What we can immediately see from this figure is large disparities by race, particularly between Black and white renters. From that second panel in this figure, Black renters make up about 19.9% of all renters in our sample, but 32.7% of the population who are filed against for eviction, and about 31% of those who are evicted. All other racial groups are underrepresented, and the most drastic underrepresentation is among white renters. They comprise 51.5% of all renters, but 42.7% of eviction defendants, and a little more than 45% of those who received an eviction judgment. Next slide. So these overall proportions translate into higher eviction and filing rates for Black renters. On average, Black renters were filed against at a rate of 6.2% and receiving eviction judgments at a rate of 3.4%. White renters, in contrast, are far less likely to be filed against or evicted at rates of 3.4% and 2% respectively. Since we did a lot of our analyses at the county level, we found that almost a quarter of all Black renters in our sample live in a county where the Black eviction rate was at least double the white eviction rate. We also conducted analyses to look at the disparities by gender, as Peter mentioned, and women, and in particular, women of color, face the highest risk out of any group of renters. We estimated that overall women renters face 15.9% more evictions than male renters. And while this disparity is true within all racial groups, the disparity is most pronounced for Black women. We found 36.3% more Black women were evicted than Black men. We also conducted analyses to look at racial and gender disparities in serial eviction filing rates. So this is the phenomenon where renters are filed against for eviction repeatedly at the same address over a short period of time. It's a process that can put a lot of extra financial and emotional strain on renters, as well as multiple filings on their record. In this respect, for this serial eviction filings, renters of color, Black renters, followed by Latinx and Asian renters, also had the highest serial filing rates across all racial groups. So while these are the results over all counties in our sample, there was some heterogeneity between counties, and we found that racial disparities were often greatest in large, highly populated counties. And so in the next slide, we can see this is a figure that we summarized the same figure as before for the full sample, but this was only for the 3 New York City counties in our sample. So that's Queens, Bronx, and Richmond counties. It's important to note that because of the nature of our sample, we don't have Manhattan or Brooklyn in here. The sample skews more Latinx and Black than it is overall across the 5 boroughs. If we had the full 5 counties, the share of renters for Latinx renters would be lower, would be close to the 35%, 30% for white renters and 23% for Black renters. But what we are able to see just with these 3 counties is that both Black and Latinx renters are overrepresented in the population of people threatened with eviction, while white and Asian renters are underrepresented. Next slide. So when we translate these results into eviction rates again, we found that Black renters have the highest filing and eviction rates with a filing rate of 10.2%, which is more than twice the filing rate for white renters in these 3 counties. Latinx renters were also at higher risk to be threatened with eviction in New York, and the filing rate for Latinx renters was 8%, while the eviction rate was 1.8%. Gender disparities also persist, and women of color are at the highest risk of being threatened. In Queens County, the number of Black and Latinx women threatened with eviction was more than 3.5 times that of white women, even though there are only about twice the number of renters, and almost 1.5 times the number of Black and Latinx men who are threatened with eviction. What we found at the national level was also true of New York City, with an added risk particularly for Latinx renters. Next slide. So that's what we have today. We do want to quickly acknowledge that all of this was a big collaborative effort between the team at the Eviction Lab, Tim Thomas out at Berkeley's Urban Displacement Project, Rob Kohler at the Columbia Law, and the amazing Emily Benfer. So I'll stop there, but thank you.
All right, great, thank you. My name is Ryan Brenner. I'm a research analyst at the Furman Center, and I'm joined with my colleague Sophie House, one of our legal fellows. The Furman Center is a joint research center of NYU's Law School and Wagner School of Public Policy. We conduct legal data and policy analysis on a variety of subjects within housing and urban policy, including evictions. Starting off, we have renter demographic data to understand the universe of households under the jurisdiction of housing courts. This graph here is showing the share of households in each group that rents their home. The data we're using today for this part comes from the Census Bureau's American Community Survey, so we're limited to looking at their racial categorizations. But here we have all households in Black, so the share of all households that rent, followed by the share of Asian households, Black households, Hispanic households of any race, and non-Hispanic white households. So noting that the Asian and Black categories include members who also identify as Hispanic. So what this figure shows us is that in all 3 cities, Albany, Buffalo, and New York City, Black and Hispanic households are more likely to be renters than any other group. And so as a result of this, these figures are essentially flipping the previous figures, which were looking at the share of households within each group that are renters. This is looking at the share of all households and the share of renter households that are either Black or Hispanic of other or of any race. And so again, in all 3 cities, Black and Hispanic households make up a greater share of the renter population than their proportion of the overall population. And so what these 2 sets of figures show is that the population that could possibly end up in housing court is already disproportionately Black and Hispanic. So next, we'll turn to data from the state's Office of Court Administration. The data that we're using is anonymized, meaning we have no information on the tenants, including their race. Instead, we aggregate filings to the neighborhood level, specifically zip code, and compare the demographics of areas with the highest and lowest rates of filing. And so we saw in the previous presentation some of the limitations of this method of looking at eviction filings. This first slide, it shows the annual trend in eviction filing rate for each city. As we're comparing areas with different sized rental stocks, here we're looking at the cities overall, but the same is the case at the neighborhood level. We look at filing rates, which we're defining as the number of filings per 100 rental units. And we're just focusing on filings for this first part. It's the first recorded step in the data that we have. And we know that many tenants move out before judgment or an execution of a warrant. So this is the stage that we tend to focus on. So one of the first takeaways is that the scale and filings of the annual trends differ widely across each city. So these graphs have a lot going on here, but basically it's one graph per city. The black line here is the overall filing rate and trend for each city that we saw in the previous figure. And then the other lines represent one zip code within the city. And so the zip codes that have the highest share of the population that is white are the red lines. And the 5 zip codes with the lowest share white are the blue lines. And so you can start to see from these figures that there are differences in filing rates and in trends between areas that are predominantly white and areas that are predominantly communities of color. And so this is what we turn to next, the correlation between the race and eviction filing rate of the zip code. So again, we do not have information on the race of the tenants. So all we're able to do is look at the correlation between the racial composition of the zip code and the filing rate. So we have a slide like this for each city that shows first the graph all the way on the left, the average filing rates of the pre-pandemic period, 2017 to 2019, the filing rate after housing courts reopened in June of 2020 through the most recent data we have, and the share of the population that is Black, Indigenous, or of color. As you'll see in each city slide, the trend is the same. The spatial distribution of filings pre and post pandemic, so the first 2 figures, are very similar, with yellow and bright green areas being the zip codes with the highest filing rates, and the darker purple areas being the zip codes with the lowest filing rates. So these same trends picked up right away, right after the pause lifted that started in March. These zip codes also tend to match the zip codes with the largest communities of color, that farthest graph on the right, which follows the same color scheme of yellow being the largest share and purple being the lowest share. So again, we have these 3 graphs for 3 maps for each city. We won't dwell on them for too long in the interest of time. The trends are similar across all 3. And we're happy to provide larger copies for closer inspection if that would be helpful, as well as any of the data we're happy to provide for you. So bringing this all together in this last figure, we directly compared the share of the population that is Black. Here, that's the x-axis on each of these figures, with the average pre-pandemic filing rate on the y-axis. So each data point represents a zip code in one of the 3 cities, and on the far right, we separated out the cities into their own figures. And as you can see overall, and in each city individually, there's a positive correlation where the zip codes with the largest share of the population that is Black also have higher filing rates. And in subsequent analyses, we controlled for median renter income of the zip code, and the correlation between race and filing rate remains significant. So with that, I'll pass it off to my colleague, Sophie, to introduce some of the other research we've done on eviction and housing court.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you to the committee. I wanted to point the committee towards some of the legal and policy research that the Furman Center has conducted on housing court operations in New York City. I'll provide just some very brief takeaways from these studies, but we're happy to answer any questions that you might have about them. So first, between 2017 and 2018, Furman Center researchers conducted 120 interviews, or rather interviews with 120 tenants facing eviction in Brooklyn Housing Court. Those interviews focused on tenants' housing histories, current living situations, and experiences with the eviction process. We also studied the implementation of the city's Universal Access to Council program, which was rolled out by zip code in New York City between 2017 and 2019. And last year, at the onset of the pandemic, we conducted interviews with a range of stakeholders representing tenants, landlords, city government, and the court system about the future of housing court operations during the pandemic. To put it very briefly, these studies highlight housing courts' ongoing struggles to ensure dignity and due process for people facing evictions. To give just one example, access to interpreters and other language services is a persistent barrier for tenants, and also shed light on how inequities and racism in housing court affects both tenants and the attorneys that serve them. And I think that concludes our presentation, Ryan, unless you have anything to add. Thanks for your time.
No, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So at this time, we'll call on Howard Husock, please. So Howard, you'll need to unmute yourself if you're muted.
Thank you so much. And thanks to the committee for your kind invitation. I'm Howard Husock. I'm an adjunct scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, where I focus on local government, civil society, and urban housing policy. Before joining AEI, I served as vice president for research publications at the Manhattan Institute, and prior to that as director of case studies in public policy and management at the Harvard Kennedy School. I'm the author of America's $1 Trillion Housing Mistake, The Failure of American Housing Policy, and a forthcoming book, The Poor Side of Town and Why We Need One. Let me begin by underscoring the premises of these hearings to a certain extent and agreeing with the implications of the previous speakers. Eviction can have tragic consequences for a household and reflect ongoing disadvantage. It's common sense, but tragic that in light of higher poverty and unemployment rates for those in communities of color, who've also faced the brunt of the effects of the coronavirus, they are at greater risk for eviction. And the previous speakers have demonstrated that convincingly. At the same time, and in this testimony, I draw on my recent report for the American Enterprise Institute, Understanding the Eviction Crisis, Preserving the Housing Ecosystem. At the same time, we should be cautious lest the concern about a wave of eviction resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic lead to overbroad permanent restrictions on eviction based on misapprehensions of the reality of its extent and role in the housing market. Crucially, this includes the hardship eviction moratoriums or other restrictions that are imposed on minority property owners. I describe this as preserving the housing ecosystem. It's one that relies not just on tenants, but on numerous players in the markets. We should focus also on distributing the almost $50 billion in rental aid that has been appropriated through 2 stimulus bills, a $50 billion appropriation which rivals the annual budget of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And despite widespread vaccinations and a country inching closer to normal with the removal of restrictions, a policy hangover from eviction moratorium has some advocates questioning the usefulness of including eviction in core housing law. We must be clear that eviction has its role, even as it has its ill effects. And I'll be referencing specific housing markets in New York City and Los Angeles. An eviction moratorium was first promulgated with a narrower set of restrictions after the Coronavirus Relief and Economic Security Act was passed into law in March of 2020. Subsequently, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention eviction moratorium expanded the scope. On May 5th, a federal court judge threw out that national eviction moratorium, but he didn't, as having CDC exercised overbroad authority. At the time of this writing of my report, and currently, the Justice Department has appealed that case, and the Supreme Court may be asked to weigh in. Aside from the federal moratorium, some states have instituted their own versions of eviction bans, including in New York State. And in New York, on May 4th, Governor Cuomo extended the eviction moratorium until August 31st of this year for tenants, as he put it, who have endured COVID-related hardship. Still, as State Senator Mike Martucci put it, despite enhanced employment and other relief, we're not giving our small landlords a fair shake and their day in court. So this is a tension that we face. COVID throws it in high relief, but it's one that is one we should consider more broadly. The housing environment, whether in New York or around the country, is made up of numerous players, including small-time so-called mom and pop, disproportionately minority rental property owners, many of whom are not being considered adequately. Their stories can be quite sad. In New York, for instance, these rental property owners include immigrants using rental units as part of their socioeconomic upward mobility. Here's an example that was in the New York Daily News. Lincoln Eccles manages a 14-unit family-owned building in the Crown Heights neighborhood of Brooklyn. An immigrant from Jamaica who moved to the US when he was a young child. He essentially needs 100% occupancy in his rental units to help make his own payments. Even before the pandemic, he had 2 non-payers. Because of the pandemic, 2 of his previously consistent payers have fallen behind. He said he managed to move out one of the non-payers, that's eviction, I guess, only by forgiving the tenants nearly $100,000 debt in a so-called cash for keys agreement, but he's still operating in the red. In addition to the state and federal eviction protections, there is a state-run program, however, which will distribute $2.4 billion to New York tenants and landlords who qualify on the basis of income, hardship, or job loss. In my new report for the American Enterprise Institute, I analyzed data indicating that the feared pandemic-linked eviction crisis does not appear as likely to occur as it once did. Indeed, a review of eviction filings for 12 states, comparing 2019 and 2020, shows that those filings dropped by more than 60%, from 742,000 to 310,000 between March and December of that period. This has been the result of both discretion by property owners, many of whom may fear not being able to find replacement tenants, and of course the major infusion of federal stimulus checks and support for state renter assistance. Nor do eviction moratoriums fully explain this decline in eviction actions. Nationwide, only 12% of those facing eviction cited the CDC moratorium in their effort to avoid it. And the federal moratorium significantly did not include restrictions on seeking evictions for reasons other than non-payment of rent. And that other is something I hope the committee will keep in mind. The federal regulation pointedly permitted eviction for those, quote, engaging in criminal behavior while on the premises, threatening the health or safety of other residents, damaging or posing a significant risk of damage to property. Notably, when a state eviction moratorium expired in Massachusetts, in a small gap between its expiration and the extension of the federal moratorium, the largest group of evictions actions was based on lease violations rather than on non-payment of rent. This is crucial, and it runs counter to the idea that economic hardship is the only underlying cause we should be mindful of. Evictions, in other words, must not be understood in a vacuum. They're only one aspect of a housing ecosystem, as I put it, that includes small property owners who rely on rental income and low-income tenants who depend on safe and sanitary premises. Moreover, data from a major property management firm indicates that only 10.5% of evictions facing eviction actually are ultimately physically removed from the premises. The majority go on to stay, work out a rent payment, or leave on their own. In many cases, then, eviction filings are part of a de facto arbitration process in which property owners, many of whom rely on rental income to meet mortgage payments, perform crucial maintenance, and earn their livelihood, use the courts to work out a compromise. In this context, the advisory committee should be mindful of the role and the potential plight of lower income rental property owners. It's clear that eviction moratoriums have disproportionately affected so-called mom and pop property owners, with the gap still growing as the moratorium has been extended. According to the National Property Owners Association, the gap between rent and rental income has reached $10 billion and is growing by about $5 billion every month. Typically overlooked in the discussion of the plight of tenants facing eviction is the understanding that housing markets are not characterized by landlords who exercise monopoly power. Housing markets, rather, should be understood as urban ecosystems, to use that word again, in which owner and tenant are interdependent, the former providing a vital good and the latter making possible upkeep and ongoing provision. The idea that the profit motive is antithetical to good housing conditions should not be considered as writ. Notably, the University of Pennsylvania Housing Initiative has focused specifically on the impact of the pandemic and pandemic-related policy changes on rental property owners in Los Angeles and Philadelphia. Its findings underscore smaller landlords' unique problems. Penn reports that in Los Angeles, 38.7% of small owners reported that 40% or more of their portfolio was behind, 40%, whereas those numbers were only 12.6% and 13.1% respectively for large and mid-size owners. In fact, property owners with more than 6 units in their portfolio tend to report that between 5 and 40% of their portfolio was behind on rent. These results support the conclusion that small rental businesses are operating under more extreme conditions than mid-size or large rental businesses. In Philadelphia, the Penn Housing Initiative found that more than 60% of surveyed property owners reported that they were somewhat or very much affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the pandemic, the share of owners experiencing issues with tenant non-payment had doubled from 25.9% to 51.5%. Once again, the disparate impact of non-rental payment on small-time landlords was clear. Among survey respondents, larger property owners, owners of 30-plus units, were twice as likely as smaller units to have a formal eviction written process, 70% compared to 35%. In addition, landlords reported in interviews that a small minority of tenants seemed to be exploiting the moratorium by not paying rent, even if they were employed and not necessarily experiencing hardship. Moreover, a greater share of small property owners reported that they were, quote, very much affected at 56% compared to 40% of owners of 30-plus units. Small landlords in Philadelphia were less likely to know about the city's eviction diversion program and also less likely to be unwilling to waive the right to evict. This suggests that small-time property owners have a more personal relationship with their tenants. In their role as members of this urban ecosystem, small property owners, when undertaking repairs and maintenance, often turn to small local tradesmen. They are indirectly suffering from reduction in rent payments. Finally, there is a disparate racial impact on property owners. An Urban Institute report surveyed landlords and tenants in August 2020 and found that the COVID-19 crisis and the statewide eviction moratoria were disproportionately affecting African American and Latinx rental property owners who were struggling to pay their mortgage. Yet 40% of Latinx and 42% of African American rental property owners offered their tenants rent payment plans compared to just 36% of white property owners. The generosity of these small-time minority landlords in face of a never-ending moratorium from their point of view, open-ended anyway, keep in mind that any moratorium that also includes forbearance for small property owners on mortgage payment overlooks the fact that many such owners need rental income for their own life necessities and consider the importance of the prospect of eviction as a tool for them to maintain the safety of their properties and the overwhelming for the overwhelming majority of tenants who pay rent on time. As Roger Starr, writing when he was many years ago at the Ford Foundation, once put it, no one relishes the prospect of evicting failed households from housing developments. The process surely does not solve the family's problem, but like many other practical public acts which fall short of the ideal, it does at least remove a danger to others. A few closing points. In the moment, priority must be given.
I'm sorry, I would ask you to wrap it up. You've gone beyond the 10 minutes, but I wanted to give you adequate time. So if you can wrap up in the next minute,
I'm wrapping up in 1 minute. In the moment,
Thank you.
priority must be given to efficiently distributing aid. Eviction moratorium should not be open-ended. Concerns about disparate effects on minority tenants shouldn't blind us to the effects on minority property owners. And the COVID-19 crisis should not be the occasion for permanent changes in the eviction law. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much. So I'll call on our last panelist for this panel, Sam Magavern, please.
Thank you very much for having me. And I started my career as a legal aid lawyer in Minneapolis in the housing unit, defending evictions and bringing repairs cases and housing discrimination cases. So this is a longstanding interest of mine. I'm going to present to you based on a report that we issued last year with the Partnership for the Public Good. It's a community-based think tank here in Buffalo. And we issued a report last year called Evicted in Buffalo, the High Cost of Involuntary Mobility. And most of my material comes from that. So as part of that report, we collected data from the region and the nation. And we also interviewed 100 tenants in housing court and observed 80 cases and worked with local legal services providers to analyze some of their data from the eviction cases that they have defended in recent years. The scope of the problem was maybe our simplest, but in some ways most important finding. These are the figures from 2017, and you can see that in Buffalo there were about 8,500 eviction actions filed. So that's about 13% of the renting households in the city of Buffalo had a court-filed eviction in the year of 2017. So that's a remarkably high rate. It's similar, as you can see, to Rochester, so it's not a uniquely Buffalo problem, but interestingly, it is substantially higher than other cities that have similar demographics and similar issues to Buffalo, such as Milwaukee. So there's something going on with our upstate New York cities. And of course, formal evictions are a small percentage of involuntary moves. Estimates range from 1/4 to 1/2 of involuntary moves are represented by formal eviction proceedings. And there's abundant research that we summarize in our report on all the different negative impacts of involuntary moves in every sector of life, not just for the tenants themselves, but for the property owners and for the neighborhoods that they live in. So we view it very much as a part of a broader problem of involuntary mobility that tenants with low incomes are facing. But it is not a problem that's equally distributed by race. These are the 100 tenants that we interviewed, so it's a fairly small sample, but it certainly corresponds quite closely to the data that my colleagues have presented. So of the 100 tenants that we spoke to, roughly 2/3 were African American, although African Americans represent only about 44% of Buffalo's renting households. The figures for Latinx renters were more similar to their share of renters. So it's in many ways a black-white gap in Buffalo from our limited sample. But again, that seems to correspond to some of the other data from upstate cities. Whoops, I apologize. I somehow switched to the very end.
That's okay. I'll get you back there 1 second.
Thank you very much. We also found the disparities by gender similar to what our colleagues presented. So about 80% of the clients that Neighborhood Legal Services in Buffalo defends evictions for are women, and that was similar to the.
Sorry, Sam, can you let me know which slide you were on?
Okay, one down, please.
Is this right?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So a couple of hypotheses as to why that gender imbalance might exist. One would be that due to systemic racism, mass incarceration, higher death rates for African American men, they're simply absent from the neighborhoods, and so not showing up as leaseholders. Another reason possibility would be that for similar reasons, many fewer men are signing leases, even if they're in the household, or they're not going to be the leaseholder and they're not going to appear in the formal eviction process. And another factor would be that national research suggests that when making eviction decisions, landlords do discriminate against families with children. In other words, they are more likely to decide to evict in a non-payment context when the family has children when they do not. So similar to what my colleagues presented, this means that African American women with children are at particular risk of eviction. So I mentioned we summarized a lot of the research of the impacts of involuntary mobility. I won't go through all of those now, but just to point out that those impacts are not being felt equally by people of different race and ethnicity. And of course, homelessness is in some ways the most severe impact you can have from eviction or involuntary mobility. These are the figures for Erie County's homeless population, and you can see that African Americans, while representing only 13% of Erie County's population, represent over half of the homeless population. When we're talking about evictions in Buffalo, we are really talking about non-payment cases. Of the ones we observed, almost 90% were, and that corresponds to figures from the legal services providers. So in trying to figure out these racial disparities, that's the most important place to look, is why are people of color, especially African Americans, being evicted disproportionately for non-payment cases. And interestingly, the amount of rent owed is not huge. The median we saw was about $1,200, which suggests that it is a problem that's amenable to a variety of policy solutions. That the cost to keep people in their housing and avoid all of the negative impacts to them and to the community as a whole is maybe a cost worth paying. So as we'll see, there are intense racial and geographic disparities in non-payment cases that are brought. Some potential reasons for those. One, of course, would be landlords discriminating in their decision to evict. We weren't able to test that in our data, but certainly some of our legal service providers interviewees indicated that they think that there may be a rush to evict that sometimes is based on race. In terms of the geographic disparities, it's possible that some neighborhoods develop a culture of eviction and property owners respond sort of to what their peers are doing, and that's part of the reason for it. But probably the biggest reasons are going to be found in the poverty disparities and wealth disparities. But also, we'll talk at the end about the possibility that people of color are paying disproportionately high rents as well. So to look a little at the burdens faced by people of color in the city of Buffalo. So severe cost burden, meaning paying over 50% of your gross income for your rent. You can see that people of color are much more likely to face that severe cost burden in the city of Buffalo than whites are. And that corresponds fairly closely to the extreme racial disparities in poverty in the city of Buffalo, with poverty rates for African Americans at about 37% compared to about 20% for whites. That's in the city of Buffalo. On the chart below, you see children living below the poverty line in the entire metropolitan area. And you can see the shockingly high figures for people of color. As I mentioned, it's geographic as well as racial. So the metro region of Buffalo, Niagara Falls, the poverty rate is just about the national average, and that's where it's been for quite some time. And yet the rate inside the city of Buffalo itself has been around 30%, so about twice that of the metro region as a whole, about 4 times the rate in the suburbs. One of the reasons for the racial disparity and the geographic disparity is that real wages were actually falling for lower income workers and in particular workers of color in recent decades, even as they were rising for other workers. It's not just an income gap, of course, it's a wealth gap, similar to what my colleagues presented. In Buffalo, the home ownership rate for African Americans is only about 32% compared to about 52% for whites. That's in the city itself. So if you look at the geography of evictions, you can tell this is the map of Buffalo. And so you can see that evictions are much more likely to occur on the city's east side, especially that northeastern quadrant of the city. And it's not, that's no surprise when you look at the extreme segregation. So here's the entire metropolitan area, the 2 counties of Erie and Niagara. The green dots are African Americans, and you can see how overwhelmingly they're concentrated, not just in the city of Buffalo, but in particular on the east side of Buffalo. So east of Main Street, this is the middle section of the city of Buffalo, showing that Main Street divide, where about 80 to 85% of African Americans in the city are living east of Main Street. That also corresponds to lower quality housing. So this is a map of complaints to the city's housing inspection services. And again, you can tell that there's a much higher rate of complaints from the east side than the west, so indicating lower quality of housing. And there are other indicators of that as well. Lead poisoning rates are much, much higher in those neighborhoods, and housing values are lower. But one interesting.
So I do apologize for interrupting, but if you can try to wrap it up in about a minute, that would be wonderful.
Thank you very much. It's my last slide. My colleagues at the Cornell ILR Buffalo CoLab recently published a study, and they looked at the idea of rent exploitation. In other words, renters paying disproportionately higher costs to rent than they would if they were owners. And they found that that was particularly true on the east side of Buffalo, where renters were paying 16% higher housing costs than owners, even though their homes were of lower quality. And just some possible hypotheses for why that might be. Tenants of color having fewer choices on where to rent due to discrimination and other racial disparities, making them a captive market and having to pay more. The fact that landlords in these neighborhoods are not seeing rising equity and so are unable to profit as much from increased equity in their properties, and so have to look to rents to do so. And lastly, that possibility of a vicious circle where landlords are charging higher rents, but tenants are rent burdened and unable to pay them, leading to higher eviction rates, which means higher costs for landlords, which then spirals into higher rents for tenants. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all so much for your presentations. We really appreciate it. I'm really pleased that we have every member of the advisory committee is on this call. So we have 14 members. We're going to start with the questions. I'm going to do it a round robin according to our roll call. And the members can either ask a question of a particular panelist or for the entire panel, and then I'll call upon the individual panelists to see if you wish to answer the question. So we'll start with Athena, please.
Hello. Thank you for those fabulous presentations. And I have to admit that the data is overwhelming me a bit at this moment, but some really kind of interesting stuff here. And so I guess one of the things I'm thinking is, what does disparities mean? What do they tell us? Is there a hierarchy of some sort? What do they mean, and how should we interpret them on the one hand? And then how do they relate to, they're obviously racialized. We can already see that. But how do they relate to racial discrimination? How do they relate to systemic discrimination and those sort of things? And how do income and wealth and lack of home ownership kind of play into all of those things? So I'm trying to process some of those. But I guess I also wanted to know, and here is my question, what role does segregation play in all of those? So Mr. Magavern mentioned something in the end about that, but others did as well. And so Richard Roth Rothstein, I believe it is, did a book on how the government segregated the United States. And one of his conclusions is by the time the government started to do something, that built infrastructure was already built, as well as kind of certain kinds of social behaviors. But the Furman Center said something about the highest eviction filing rates match areas with the largest populations of people of color. Mr. Magavern said that you've got high rents and even maybe rent exploitation in segregated neighborhoods. What role does segregation, which is a ball of wax in itself of kind of structures and systems interacting, what role does it play, or do you think it plays in this, in the issue of evictions and the disparities that we see?
And Athena, is that a question for each panelist or for any panelist in particular?
Any panelists who might want to address it.
Okay, so let me, maybe you can raise your hand in the panelist, in the participant list, or just on the video so I can see who wishes. Problem is we have so many people on the video and may not be able to see you all. So let me just call on you by name. Does either Peter Hepburn or Renee Lewis wish to address this question?
So this is Mallory. I will need to unmute you. So if you would like to respond to the question, Peter or Renee, please raise your hand in the participant chat by going to your name. That's right. And you'll see the little hand pop up, and that will be my signal to unmute you. So I see Sam also has his. We'll go in the order of the panel. And Peter, I will unmute you now.
Okay, so Peter.
Hi. I think that's it's a tremendously important question and also a really big and complicated question, right? I think you can't begin to understate the importance of segregation in determining the sorts of patterns of home ownership and rentership that we currently see and that several of the panelists have described here today. I mean, the fact that so many fewer Black families own their homes, that so many more of them are renters than are homeowners, is the product of exactly those sort of historical processes of discrimination and segregation that that Rothstein describes in his book, and that many other scholars have described as a long-term effect of redlining and later government programs that have disadvantaged Black communities. And those programs do leave do mean that more Black households are renters and thus are, in the population of people who may be evicted. But it also means that it contributes to lower savings rates, lower wealth among Black families. And that means that you don't have the resources on hand to necessarily weather the sorts of unexpected financial events that can precipitate eviction. If this is in a surprise medical bill or a car breakdown that means that you can't pay rent that month, you don't necessarily have the resources to help you weather that storm. And you don't necessarily have the, you can't as easily call on family networks to help you in those circumstances either. So I think you do absolutely need to think about the kind of long history that leads to greater financial precarity for Black households. And I'll let some of the other panelists respond in more depth.
Yes, so next, Sam Magavern, please. I'm going by the hands raised and the participant. Sam, you were the next hand raised.
Thank you. I think that segregation does play a really important role in the disproportionate eviction rates, really on top of the disparities in poverty and wealth. I think the residential segregation does make a difference because I think that it limits the choices that renters of color have and forces them to pay higher rents for worse quality housing. So the disproportionately high rents mean they're more at risk, but also the lower quality housing does, because in two different ways. So one is that many tenants, of course, withhold rent to protest bad housing conditions and then get evicted. But even tenants who haven't actively made a choice to withhold rent to protest lack of repairs, you could also see an impact where when they do fall behind on their rent, they're less likely to try and stay. They're less likely to make up that rent payment or work with the landlord because they feel it's not a safe environment anyway. So they want to leave it anyway. So there, there are a lot of sort of gray area eviction cases where non-payment is an issue, but there's also an element of choice on both the part of the tenant and the landlord as to whether this ends up in a formal eviction process. And I think repair problems have a big impact on that. So those slides I showed that said that the segregated areas have worse housing conditions and yet rents that don't reflect that, but in fact are disproportionately high, those feed in a lot of ways into the eviction problem.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call on Howard Husock next, but I'm going to ask Sophie and Ryan. I see both of your hands are raised. Because you're presenting as a team, really just one of you should be, okay, and I see that will be Sophie. So I'll call on you after Howard. Howard, you're next.
Thanks so much. I think, Sam mentioned wealth accumulation as a part of the problem facing minority tenants as well, and the low homeownership rate. I think it's very important to highlight the fact that historically and currently, African American and Latinx tenants are disproportionately represented in public housing. And just as Richard Rothstein pointed out, the FHA redlining policies and how it advantaged whites in buying houses, it's also true that public housing from its inception was designated, segregated by design. There were African American only housing developments in Detroit, for instance. And this is a particular disadvantage because wealth accumulation cannot occur when one is a renter in public housing. By definition, one cannot own any property in public housing. This is a publicly owned facility. And so the disproportionate representation to this day, today, 39% of African Americans, according to HUD data, are 39% of tenants in public and subsidized housing are African American. That's 3 times the population overall. These are tenants who cannot accumulate wealth. One way that we can approach this is not simply to protect them from eviction, but perhaps to consider buying out their tenancies, allowing them to accumulate wealth and to compensate for the fact that for the many years they've lived in public housing, they've not been able to accumulate wealth. And that is reflected not only in their own household situations, but in the households of their extended family.
Okay, thank you. So Sophie, you'll be the last panelist to respond, and then we'll go on to the next question. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And thank you for the question. I'll just make 2 points. The first is that although there are some drawbacks to our analysis at the neighborhood level, one thing that it does allow us to see is the concentration of evictions in certain neighborhoods. And so just as eviction is destabilizing for individual families, we can see, for example, when 1/5 of the population in a given neighborhood is receiving an eviction filing each year, that has a broader destabilizing effect on the neighborhood in general. And I would also point the committee towards some very powerful research by one of our colleagues at NYU, Professor Deborah Archer, who has written about the segregative effects of crime-free ordinances and other mechanisms that exclude renters on the basis of criminal records or past involvement with the criminal legal system. And as Professor Archer points out, these exclusionary mechanisms contribute to eviction and housing instability for people with past involvement in the criminal legal system, who are disproportionately people of color and disproportionately Black in particular. And these exclusionary mechanisms then also have the effect of concentrating people with past criminal legal system involvement into fewer communities, which then further stigmatizes those communities. And it's really, this is a vicious cycle that links eviction and housing instability with racial segregation.
Okay, thank you so much. So just to be clear, I'm going to call on the committee members according to our roll call list, which is essentially alphabetical. And then the panelists who wish to respond, if you'll just raise your hand, and the panelist, if the question is to the entire panel or to you in particular. Iris, do you have a question for the panel or any particular panelist?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to thank the panelists for joining us. It's really wonderful to have such a diversity of viewpoints. So trying to reconcile Howard's observations about the broader ecosystem and landlords and impact on and others that are in the ecosystem with the comments of our other panelists. So would like to start with my question for Renee, just looking at your charts, but also would love to hear from any other panelists who wants to offer insights. My question is, looking at the disparities that you have found among tenant evictions, have you been able to map the evictions to the landlord side in terms of landlord profile, landlord base, type of landlord?
Thank you for that question. It is a very good question. I think the short answer is we have not done that, and there are a lot of problems because the data is less amenable to that when it comes to landlords. We know less about we know very little about tenants as it is, and less about the landlords who are doing these evicting. Most of the time because ownership, the records that appear on eviction records are masked by like LLCs, and we don't know a lot about who these landlords are. We can say a little something about the rate of corporate landlords, and in a very broad sense, we can say something about like how much corporate landlords evict versus non-corporate landlords, and we did not do something in this particular study. But in another project that Peter and I have worked on, looking at just the amount of money that tenants are being evicted for, we found, for example, that corporate landlords tend to evict for less amounts of money than non-corporate landlords. The threshold for eviction in that sense is lower. We have not been able to link who is doing the evicted to these records just yet. Peter, do you have anything to add to that, or?
Okay, so we'll go to the next question. Janelle Beckler?
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Thank you for the panelists for your analysis and information. I have a quick question about the data collection. It was mentioned that there were, in particularly in New York City, there was, or maybe in other, or statewide, demographic characteristics and data is not collected on the eviction rates and the people who are being evicted. What are your recommendations to state and local governments in making that possible? And the second, just quickly related to this, is how do you reduce the share of Black and Latinx communities in the renter population and close the wealth gap? I heard Mr. Husock who said something about the public housing, and that was a mistake. It seems that maybe there should be a repair, should be some sort of a way to repair the wrong. If that was wrong to provide public housing, how do we do that to ensure full equality in access to housing and also prevent such high rate of evictions for Black and Latinx communities? Thank you.
Okay, so if any panelists that would like to respond wishes to raise their hand, and I just want to remind committee members who really should be asking one question so I can try to get through all 14 members for each panel. And also in terms of the research teams, one of the two members can speak so as to be fair. So I see Peter's hand is raised. Yes, Peter.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for the question. So to the first point regarding data collection, this problem of not recording the demographic characteristics of defendants facing eviction is not in any way unique to New York. This is something that is true across the country, and it would be, I think, worthwhile to explore the possibility of requiring landlords to report that information, but there are also clearly limits on their ability to do so, or to do so accurately, that would make the data that are collected through that process potentially suspect from a research standpoint. So in the interim, the sort of neighborhood level analysis that my colleagues at the Furman Center and individual level analysis that we presented represent sort of the best the best that can be done with existing data. As to the question about how do you close this gap, that's of course a much broader and more difficult question to answer. I would note that I don't think that Mr. Husock's suggestion that that public housing is in some way a serious problem it should be taken very seriously. The share of renters currently living in public housing is extremely small, and the broader point that renting does not lead to wealth accumulation is true generally and is in no way limited to the public housing sector. As to broader solutions, that's we'll have to discuss that further.
Okay, thank you. I see Sam, you have your hand raised. Would you like to answer the question?
Yes, please. Just on the topic of home ownership, I want to say that closing the racial gap in home ownership is a very important priority. But tenants facing eviction tend to be tenants with low incomes, a large percentage of whom would not be able to bear the costs of buying and maintaining a home. So in terms of bringing down eviction rates, I think it's much more important to focus on renter-specific assistance and other programs, because you're only going to be able to take a very small percentage of those and convert them into homeowners. So the broader based policies that will aid all low-income renters are the most important.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands raised to answer that question, so we'll go to the next question. Oh, Howard, I just saw your hand go up. Yes, please. Howard, are you there? Can you unmute yourself to answer the question?
It's certainly true, as Peter points out, that only a small number of households are currently in public housing. But historically, over the many years since the National Housing Act of 1949, African Americans have historically been overrepresented in public housing, and therefore there's a snowballing effect of a lack of ability to accumulate wealth and a disproportionate pushing African American tenants into public housing that has disadvantaged them. And so one of the ways we could do that could help in reference to the question is buying out, compensating in some way public housing tenants for their lack of capacity to accumulate wealth over the many years. 10% of the tenants in New York City public housing, which is the largest authority in the country, have been there for 40 or more years. These are all years in which they were unable to accumulate wealth. The numbers are not insignificant, even though the committee has been urged not to take me seriously. More constructively, perhaps, or additionally, let's think about how we can build more housing that is affordable, not because it is subsidized, but because it's naturally affordable. Historically, and this is true in Buffalo, it's true in all the upstate cities, it's true in Brooklyn, it's true in Queens. Housing affordability has been a function of relatively small homes on relatively small lots, 2-family houses, 3-family houses. Too often, suburban areas completely exclude this kind of housing. We have to make an effort to persuade these suburban areas, not to hammer them legally, but to persuade them that it's in their interest to relax zoning to permit smaller homes on smaller lots in which working class people can move up out of the city and afford, because it is true, many cannot afford. So I think housing supply is an important aspect of addressing the racial wealth gap.
Okay, thank you. And I see we have one more panelist. Peter, you wish to respond? And then we'll go to the next question.
I was just going to, applaud Mr. Husock's suggestion of a reparations program for occupants of public housing. I think it's also worth recognizing that the exact exclusionary zoning laws and regulations that Mr. Husock recognizes in suburban communities are themselves the result of a long history of racial animus and discrimination in those spaces that was intended to keep people of color out of those communities. That'll be it.
Okay, thank you so much. We're not going to have back and forth because we have a lot of members that have questions. So next question, Donald Durham, please. Don, do you wish to ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I've seen the statistics that correlate by zip code and race, and then blend that in with the evictions and the judgments and the legal actions. Did anyone correlate income? I mean, it would be fascinating to me to see if there were a pattern where poorer white people were less subject to income, less subject to eviction proceedings than slightly wealthier Black people. In other words, are we really talking about income level here and then grafting race onto that, or is this something completely different from income and wealthier Black and Latinx people are being treated more harshly by landlords? And that question is for everybody, so please feel free to answer.
Okay, so I take it, Don, that's a question for all of the panelists, is that correct? Whoever wishes to answer?
For
okay,
everybody.
So looking at the participant list, Howard, I see your hand is raised first, then we'll go to Ryan and Peter.
Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Oh, you did. So you know what it is? You probably just didn't take it down from the last time. So Ryan, do you wish to answer that question? Can you unmute yourself, or Mallory, can you unmute Ryan so he can speak?
Yes, now I am unmuted. Yeah, that's a great question. We have controlled for income. So even taking into account income, Black and Hispanic households are more likely to face eviction filings and executed warrants of eviction. So that would stand that even a wealthier Black family would be disproportionately impacted than a lower income white family.
Okay, thank you. Ryan? So we need to unmute Ryan.
I think Peter was next.
We can hear you now.
Oh, could you not hear me before?
No, so if you can start, you appear to have been muted, so I can just hear you now.
Goodness. Okay. Yes, I was saying that so in our analysis we did control for income. So even taking into account income, Black and Hispanic households are still more likely to face eviction filings as well as evictions, which suggests that a wealthier Black family would still have a higher chance of eviction than a lower income white family. The significance of the race is still significant.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll go on to the next question. Tiffany, do you have a question?
One moment, I'm getting to you, Tiffany. And you should receive the unmute function now.
Okay, so I'm trying to reconcile the undeniable evidence of disparate impact with the reality of poverty and other forms of disadvantage that you see in Black and Latino communities in particular. And so what I'm thinking about is the relationship between the disparate impact of eviction on Black and Latino renters and the success of discrimination complaints that have been filed by renters in the areas where you are seeing these rates of disparate impact. I mean, I'm thinking about it through the lens of federal law in particular, where, as I recall, if I'm wrong, forgive me for this, I believe that proof of disparate impact is sufficient to establish a violation if the landlords are not able to overcome the presumption of a violation. And so proof that all of this evidence suggests that we're halfway there to finding a violation. But just in terms of trying to nail down the facts, has there been any research of the sort that I'm describing, which tries to perhaps map onto each other these disparate rates of eviction with successful complaints? And if so, is there a threshold at which you get a percentage of successful complaints that suggest, yes, there is a unique problem in a particular area where these complaints have been filed? That question's for anybody who wants to answer it. Brianne, you're muted.
Thank you. Please raise your hand in the participant list for any panelist who's interested in responding. Sam?
I'm afraid this isn't a very precise answer, but might help clarify some of the questions. One thing to think about in the eviction context is that the landlord who is evicting the family of color made the choice to rent to them in the first place. So in some ways, they are a less likely landlord to be animated by racial animus than landlords in general. But it doesn't mean that they're not subject to implicit bias or overt bias as well. But I do think that it's important to think about how the tenants got in this position of non-payment in the first place and what some of the racial factors are leading to that, in addition to any possible discriminatory feelings by the current landlord. So the fact that it's very common for landlords to discriminate in the decision whether to rent or not means that the tenants of color are paying higher rents. You know, they're effectively taxed by the discrimination because they have fewer choices. But they're paying higher rents, so they're more at risk of non-payment for that reason. They're in lower quality housing, as we talked about earlier, which also puts them at higher risk for non-payment cases. So there are those systemic factors that are swelling the pool of African-American tenants getting evicted, even apart from the question of whether the landlord in that case is exhibiting racial bias in the actual decision to evict.
Okay, thank you. Howard, I see your hand is raised.
Let's start by seconding Sam's insightful point that those are the landlords who rented to people of color in the first place. So it's a complex situation. And I'll just add, in the context of the income versus eviction question, I recognize that the Furman Center controlled for income, but income itself does not tell you how a household has budgeted its expenses. And so higher income people may have more income, but still owe rent at a disproportionate rate. So that's a subtlety that we shouldn't leap to, as the gentleman put it, graft race onto.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to the next question. Matt, do you have a question?
Hi, yes, thank you. And sorry for being late, Peter, Renee, Sophie, and Ryan. I missed the first two presentations. The question that I have is related to something that Sam had said, how you kind of alluded to the fact that there's increased homelessness in BIPOC people, and you kind of are alluding to the fact that maybe post-eviction, the impact of eviction is different for BIPOC people in comparison to white people. And I'm curious if anyone has a little data about kind of, does eviction look different for people, BIPOC people, in comparison to white people?
Okay, does anyone wish to answer the question? If you raise your hand in the participant list, please.
don't have great data for you, but just a quick observation that because of discrimination in the housing market, particularly in the decision to rent, when tenants of color are evicted, they have fewer choices of where to go. It's harder for them to find a new place, and that helps fuel the higher rates of homelessness and all the other disadvantages from eviction, the loss of income, the loss of jobs, loss of educational opportunities. They're all worse for people of color because they're having a harder time finding new housing in the market.
Okay, Howard, I see your hand is raised.
I don't have an answer to the national question nationally, but New York City operates the largest homeless shelter system, and 57% of its heads of household are Black, 32% are Hispanic, Latinx, 7% are white, and less than 1% are Asian. I would point out, in terms of the proximate causes of that, if one is living in a voucher or a public housing unit and is having a hard time paying even your share of the rent and thus at risk of eviction, if one wanted to take in a second earner to increase your income to thus be able to pay the rent, one faces the fact that those in public and subsidized housing pay 30% of their income, and as their income rises, their rent rises. So this is a misguided aspect of our subsidy problem, our subsidy program, that we ought to reconsider, because it can inadvertently lead some to not be able to pay their rent and thus be at risk of homelessness.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll go on to the next question. Bob, do you have a question?
Okay, my question, I was going to direct it to Peter Hepburn or Renee Lewis, but it's really anyone who chooses to answer. It strikes me that in terms of the differences that have been highlighted between Blacks and whites and Latinos in terms of eviction filing rates and eviction rates, that there are a number of other important variables that ought to be controlled for before you can come to any conclusions, let alone definitive conclusions. And one of those, it strikes me, or two related variables, and I'm wondering if any of you who have studied it have controlled for this, whether you have a 1 or 2 parent household, strikes me as an important one. And then secondly, and related to that, the number of children per housing unit.
Okay, does anybody wish to answer that? You raise your hand in the participant list. Peter?
Thanks, and thanks for the question, Bob. So yeah, I agree that this is important for understanding the sort of the other factors that may be driving the disparities that we have documented in our work. And in this study, we do recognize that there are a number of economic factors ranging from income to wealth to family structure that may affect the likelihood of being evicted. One of the I've already discussed the limitations of the data that are collected in eviction filing records. We don't know basic demographic characteristics, and we don't know things like, are there 1 or 2 parents in the household, and we don't know how many kids there are in the household. So, what we've provided here, and what I think my colleagues from the Furman Center have provided as well, is evidence that these disparities do exist, and to continue to kind of ask for additional factors that might explain away those differences is entirely fair, but it doesn't it doesn't serve to discount the scale of the disparities that we see, and we are in the process of trying to conduct additional research that would, at least at the neighborhood level, allow us to address some of those potential relationships and assess whether the disparities remain.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't see any other hands raised, so we'll go to the next question. Vivian, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much to all the panelists for joining us today and for sharing your insightful comments. So my question is this. I wanted to ask if you could identify, and this is to anyone who wants to respond, a current policy on the books. I leave it to you to identify the level, federal, state, or local, but a current policy on the books that you and your team think is limited in its effectiveness with regards to addressing racial and ethnic disparities as we know them in housing and evictions. So that's one, to identify the current policy, and then two, to state the limitation, and then three, why you think that's the case, and then four, what should we do to address the limitation? So it's really all one question. I just broke it down to make it easy. Hopefully I did make it easier. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's see by show of hands who would like to answer the question. Thank you, Vivian. Okay, Sam, I see your hand is raised.
I've mentioned how I think it's important to look at discrimination in the renting process, in some ways even more than in the eviction process, and because I think it contributes so much to that. So I would identify the fact that we have fair housing laws, we have fair housing agencies that are able to bring cases where people suspect housing discrimination, but those agencies are very small. Many regions don't have any agency to do that work. The ones that do are underfunded. They can't take all the cases they receive. But even more important, they can only respond to cases where people are able to suspect it and then bring action about it. So I would recommend instituting random audit style testing for housing discrimination throughout the country or in any jurisdiction that can find the political will to do so, because that's really the only way to get at some of the systemic bias, which is often impossible for the tenant to identify. You don't get a call back from a landlord. You have no way of knowing typically why that is. It's only if you send testers out of different races or different other classifications to test it that you're able to identify it. So that would be my suggestion, would be a huge expansion of fair housing enforcement, including random audit testing.
Thank you. Howard?
I would just underscore the fact that we've got this, what we can call a marriage penalty or even an extended family penalty for pooling incomes that will allow people of any background to better be able to pay their rents if they're receiving a rental subsidy. So this is, again, is a misguided policy that we ought to think about changing.
All right, thank you. We'll go to the next question. Oh, I see Peter's hand just went up. Peter,
Hi.
did you wish to answer?
Yeah, I would like to point out that taking an example from here in New York, the state does have a law on the book that bars the landlords, from screening tenants for their history of eviction, which would help to provide more opportunities for especially renters of color who have previously faced eviction from finding housing. But that law does not appear to be enforced in any way, shape, or form by the state. So I think if you're looking at a specific policy at the state level, that would be potentially one that enforcement could help to help ameliorate some of the negative repercussions of eviction and the racial disparities therein.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the next question. Glenn, do you have a question? So Glenn, do you have a question? No, I see his video is on, but I don't see an audio connected. So we'll go to the next member, and if Glenn comes back on, we'll certainly go back to him. Raphael?
All right, in one moment while I get to Raphael. Okay, Raphael, you should be able to unmute now.
Yep, thank you so much. A lot of the presentations have highlighted top-line disparities in eviction data across racial groups. The implication being that racial animus is to blame, though I don't think I've actually heard anyone make that claim explicitly. I'm not sure that the disparities highlighted definitively evidence taste discrimination on the part of landlords, which is really what we're all trying to find out. So what I'd like to know is whether and to what extent those top-line disparities, such as the statistical overrepresentation of Blacks and Latinos among those facing evictions, shrink or grow when one controls for whether, and if so, how much rent is owed.
Thank
And that's
you. Who would like to
all the panelists.
Thank you, Raphael. Who would like to answer the question? Or you all may just raise your hand in the participant list, please. Peter?
Hey, thanks for the question, Raphael. I think this is an important question. So this doesn't pertain to the study that Renee and I were presenting on today, but we do have ongoing work that looks at money judgments on eviction cases and the differences in how large those judgments are depending on the race of the defendants. And what we have found is that generally people of color, especially Black renters, are being evicted for significantly less than white renters, even when you control for the neighborhood income, neighborhood median rent, and a wide variety of other demographic characteristics that have historically been associated with eviction rates. And that suggests that there is a lower threshold for filing to evict against Black tenants than there is against white tenants. Now we're continuing to do work that ties that specifically to the amount of back rent that's owed and the rent in those units. So we are looking to address this question of whether the threshold to eviction is set systematically lower against Black tenants.
Okay, thank you. Howard, would you like to answer the question?
Thank you. It's a very interesting question, and I think we have to be careful about what kind of data we draw inferences from. For instance, one of the previous panel members talked about some of these judgments are not even that large. For instance, $1,200. Well, $1,200 to a small property owner could be a lot of money. And so unless we can also control for, in some way, the financial situation of the property owner, the fact that smaller judgments are kicking off eviction notices against minority tenants doesn't tell us anything definitive. We need to know about the landlord situation. That's one of the themes that I'm trying to underscore in my testimony. Tenants matter, but so do property owners, especially when they're small minority property owners.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't see any other hands raised, so we'll go to the next question. Steve?
Thanks. I think it just goes off the comment just right now. My internet's off, so I don't know if someone answered this, but on the landlords and especially in my work in local government in Queens, it seems in those or even scared of evictions, the landlords of themselves are of a similar race, especially if in the South Asian and East Asian residents that I used to work with. So are there any, is there any correlation on that, or is there any start of research on that end on the importance of the background of the landlords and how they may treat tenants that are of the same race or background?
And who would like to answer the question? Peter?
You know, I think this comes down to something that Renee mentioned earlier, is that we know much less about the landlords who are doing the evicting than we do about the defendants in these cases. In many cases, I mean, the use of shell companies and LLCs is predominant in this field, even for smaller mom and pop landlords. So in many cases, we just don't have a lot of information about the characteristics of these landlords that are filing, unfortunately.
Okay, Howard? So Howard, I think you're still muted. We don't hear you.
Just
Okay.
in conversation about shell companies, shell company has a pejorative connotation. These may be legal entities that even small property owners establish to protect their own personal assets. And so to imply somehow with the loaded term like shell company that they're trying to hide, let's just see if there's a way to do survey research to learn more about the landlords rather than criticize the record keeping process as somehow being tainted by quote unquote shell companies.
All right, I don't see any other hands raised. Steve, if you wanted to respond to that, you're welcome to respond to the comment. No? Okay. All right, so we'll go on to the next member. Mikal, do you have a question?
Hi, everybody. Thank you to all the panelists for the excellent presentation. I think, you know, the data that were presented about disparities in evictions were quite compelling. And as Tiffany said, I think, you know, point in the direction of a disparate impact, which, you know, is something that we focusing on civil rights and considering policies that might address these civil rights violations or any potential civil rights violations want to think about. I think we also very much want to consider what Raphael mentioned, whether there's any animus and how we can explore that and address the role that might play as well. Although I'll note that under the Supreme Court precedent, animus is not required for a disparate impact. You know, I'm thinking about how all of the parties and dynamics at play here occur within the context of very entrenched historical structures and dynamics like segregation, as we discussed earlier. And so as we as a committee think about policies that might address the issues that we're talking about here today, how do we think about balancing the civil rights concerns and the civil rights of the renters and those of minority landlords that Mr. Husock was talking about? How do we ensure that we are coming up with solutions that are really rooted in addressing the kind of core causes that may at times span across the different interest groups here? This is for anyone who might want to take the question. Thank you.
Thank you. So who would like to answer the question? Sam?
As we discussed, the vast majority of evictions are non-payment cases. So if you want solutions that really scale up, you have to deal with non-payment. And non-payment, of course, is extremely bad for landlords as well as tenants, particularly smaller landlords. So my policy suggestion is expanding emergency assistance for tenants who are behind on their rent. It's with a recognition of the fact that from society-wide standpoint, it can be much cheaper to keep people in existing housing than to allow them to churn in and out of housing with all the negative impacts that has for tenants, for landlords, and for neighborhoods. That it is a strategic investment to think about how do you keep people in their current housing, and you know, in some ways the simplest way to do that is to expand emergency assistance programs that help low-income tenants when they're unable to pay the rent due to temporary interruptions in income or unexpected expenses. When you look at kind of the typical evictions, you'll tend to see someone lost a job, someone lost hours, somebody had unexpected medical bills, someone had a unexpected funeral to pay for. Those sorts of things are kind of the bread and butter of non-payment cases. So, in some cases, it's impossible to keep someone in because they have no prospect of an income that would allow them to afford that apartment. And so it doesn't make sense to pour money into that situation. But there are really a great many situations where the income problem is temporary. As you all know, people's incomes have become a lot more volatile in the last couple of decades than they used to be. And so you're seeing some of the consequences of that. So tempering that with expanded emergency assistance would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Sophie?
Thank you, and thanks for the question. Echoing some of what Sam has said, I would say that preventing the underlying problems at issue, whether non-payment or lease violations, before they reach a crisis point is in everyone's interest, both the landlords and the renter households. To that end, I think, yeah, really, when we take a step back, this is about thinking about what is the recourse that is available to landlords as well as to tenants, and how can we, as much as possible, move upstream ahead of the formal eviction process. So, when a tenant falls behind on rent, how can we make sure that we're not predicating rental assistance on a formal eviction filing? We should not be designing or administering rental assistance programs so that tenants need to have an eviction filed against them to access that assistance. And when a landlord needs, when a landlord has a conflict with the tenant or is facing an issue with unpaid rent, again, we want to try to make as many resources available to those landlords as possible. We want to make the alternatives to formal eviction as attractive as possible, whether that's through eviction diversion and prevention through mediation, by providing more comprehensive financial and social services upstream, and pairing those with outreach to landlords so that they understand what resources are available and how they can avoid taking tenants to court while still addressing the underlying concerns that they might have. I would say last that we do know, there are in many of the, in many of the issues we talked about today, there's a lot that we don't know about landlords, but we do know that one area of really stark, well-documented historical discrepancies in the representation rates between landlords and tenants when they're in housing court. For a long time, the vast majority of landlords have been represented by legal counsel during the eviction process, and the vast majority of tenants have not. We are seeing that start to change, which is, I think an extremely positive development. But the eviction process, those underlying disparities will really keep the eviction process from being fair for as long as they persist. And so, I think, I would say that those efforts to increase access to counsel are one very important measure in making sure that both landlords and tenants are able to vindicate their rights.
Thank you. Howard?
There's no doubt that the eviction process is a blunt instrument that is used for a variety of purposes. And I'm sure it's accurate that the majority of the Buffalo cases were for non-payment. But again, referencing my testimony, a plurality of cases in Massachusetts post-COVID were for lease violations, which suggests that whether in housing court or whatever the right venue is, mediation would be just a terrific alternative. What's going on that the tenant has been accused of a lease violation? What can be worked out short of eviction? It may be that eviction is kind of like calling 911 when one has somebody with mental health problems in one's household. You don't know what else to do. And so let's provide alternatives. And I think mediation on lease violations would be important because we don't want to sweep those under the rug either.
Okay, and Peter.
Hi. So thank you for the very thoughtful question. I think it's worth in thinking about how we balance the civil rights of tenants and landlords, also thinking about how we balance the potential harms done by and benefits of restricting the use of eviction more generally. I think research from those of us at the Eviction Lab, as well as our colleagues Phil Garboden and Eva Rosen, Dan Immergluck, many others have documented the ways in which eviction is used as a tool of tenant management. This is a useful and yes, blunt instrument that's often used as a means of rent collection and a means of disciplining tenants for to make sure that they aren't complaining about the sorts of substandard housing conditions that Mr. Magavern has described repeatedly and that are very all too common in low-income communities. And so restricting landlords' access to eviction as a tool for those ends might make managing their properties marginally more difficult. By contrast, limiting the number of people who are facing eviction filings would serve to undo a great deal of harm that is done to tenants who face the threat of displacement. I mean, we know that people who are evicted face a range of negative health outcomes, higher rates of depression, suicidal ideation. We've documented moves to worse neighborhoods and worse housing conditions, long-term negative effects on their employment and their income. This is something that Matthew Desmond describes in his book Evicted, that eviction is not only just a consequence of poverty, but also a cause of poverty. And I think in thinking about balancing harms, it's really important to understand the implications of the kind of the long-term implications of eviction for those who are displaced.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure that the members can all ask a question. So I'm going to move on to Craig. Do you have a question?
No, Brianna, not at this time. Thank you to all the panelists. It's been a really edifying panel.
Okay, and let me go back to Glenn. Is Glenn online? Glenn, do you wish to ask a question?
Hi, Glenn. So I see you're trying to talk. I see. Excuse me. You are unmuted, so try to unmute again.
Did that work?
That worked. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that worked.
Oh,
Thank
great.
you so much. Sorry
Sorry.
about that.
Apologies to everyone. What a riveting session. I actually had the same question, more or less that Raphael did, Commissioner Raphael. So that was great. I was listening carefully. Thank you.
Okay, so we have, I believe every member has been able to ask a question. We've got about 6 minutes left, so let me just see if the members would like to ask a second question. We'll probably only be able to get to one or two. Tiffany, we'll go to you.
Again, I'm very much focused on disparate impact here and trying to sort through how I'm thinking about that. And one of the things I'm wondering is whether or not the members of the panel think that as a solution to the problem, even if we aren't able to, well, let me put that aside, as a solution to the problem, would giving tax preferential treatment to renters sort of along the same lines that we do to homeowners be something that's worth considering in trying to address some of the problems that currently exist with people being unable to pay their rent?
Okay, so it looks like, Howard, I see your hand up. Is that to respond to that question? And then we'll go to Raphael for at least one final question.
Yeah,
Howard?
I would just say that the law has changed as regards assistance to homeowners. That was a problem for a long time, the disparate assistance to homeowners versus renters. But after the 2017 Tax Act, only about 10% of all income tax filers even itemize at all. And there's a cap on the value of homes and the value of mortgage interest that can be deducted. So we've reined that in, and that distorted the housing market. I rather wonder whether we want to think about converting some of our categorical assistance programs like housing assistance and others into a general income support kind of system so that you don't have to use the money for housing. That's not the only way that you can gain assistance. Maybe you want to double up and save your money. That may not sound attractive, but it may be what people want to do. So by saying the only thing you can use this money for is for housing, actually limits people's options.
Okay, thank you. And Sophie, it looks like you wish to ask the question and answer the question, then we'll go to Raphael for the last question before our break.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I would suggest too that one model that I think we can look to from the home ownership context is down payment assistance. We know that's something that really helps people overcome barriers to home ownership. And in the rental context, the need to put down 1 or 2 months rent or more in the form of a security deposit is something that can prevent renters from finding new or from finding better housing, and that those barriers are not equally distributed because of the racial wealth gap. And so, one, I think, promising area for some reform is to think about how government or nonprofit partners can provide or provide assistance comparable to what we see in that home buying context with down payments for renters as well.
All right, thank you. Raphael, you have the last question. I hope it's a kind of quick one to either ask or answer because we only have 3 minutes before the break.
Yeah. Thank you. The question is whether race is either more or less predictive of an eviction filing than either whether rent is owed to a landlord or a credit score. Do you have any evidence on that?
And who would like to answer the question? Okay, Peter?
Hey, sorry about that. This is just going to be unsatisfactory, but we do not have sufficient data to answer that question at this time.
Okay, and Howard?
I don't have data of that sort either, but it is a really pertinent question because we do want to disaggregate racial effects from the financial situation of individual households, whether it's about their income, about their spending habits, about their credit history. All of these could affect their ability not only to have paid rent, but to pay rent in the future. And so I think Raphael is properly implying that all of these factors as a bundle need to be considered before we focus on race alone.
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to wrap up this panel. I want to thank you all so much for sharing your remarks, for doing your presentations, and then answering some really tough questions here. You are welcome to leave this session, or if you'd like to remain, you're welcome to remain and listen to the next panel or return for the public comment. We are going to take a break now until 2:15. I will suggest for those who are going to remain on and for the committee members that you may want to stay logged in and just stop your video and mute while we take a 15-minute break, and we'll go back on live at 2:15. Thank you again to all the panelists. Very much appreciated. See you all at 2:15.
Hi, welcome everyone. I know we still have some panelists who are joining for the next panel. We will be starting at 2:15, as Brian mentioned. We are just taking a quick break and setting up some things with WebEx for the second panel. So I have passed the presenter function to Brooke. She's going to work on the PowerPoint for a moment, and I'm going to call on each of the panelists in the panelist order to check your audio. So Emily, you're going to be the first speaker in the academics panel. I'm going to unmute you now. As you saw with the last panel, you'll need to keep an eye on your mute button and then unmute when you get the ability to do so. All right, so Emily may have stepped away. I will come back to her. Margaretta, if you are there, I'm going to check your audio next. I'm sending you a request to unmute. Okay, can you say something, Margaretta?
Happy Friday, Mallory.
Happy Friday. Thank you. Yes, I know you've had quite a busy time over there, so thank you so much for fitting this in. Great. All right, so Margaretta, I am going to mute you, and I'm going to go to David next. David Madden, I'm coming to you. I'm going to select unmute, and you should receive the ability to unmute yourself now.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Good evening from London.
Yes, good evening. I hope the move is going well today. Thanks for fitting this in.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and mute you, David. Let's see if Ted has joined. Not just yet. Okay, so I'm going to go to Heather. Heather, I'm going to unmute you, and you should receive the ability to unmute yourself now.
Hi, also happy Friday.
Great. Oh, yes. Excellent. All right, you sound good. And Emily, I'm going to come to you now. I'm going to unmute, and yes, there you go. Okay, great. So I will keep an eye out for Ted. I want to highlight something for the panelists, those who had joined for the committee Q&A, you probably saw this. We will be making good use of the raise hand in the participant list function. So I think we highlighted this yesterday. Let me check with Ted actually and then come back to this because I want to make sure he hears this as well. So Ted, I know you're just joining. You're probably getting set up still. We are checking audio. I see you're starting to turn on your camera. And Ted, I am going to go ahead and unmute you, and you'll receive the ability to unmute yourself when I do. So keep an eye on your screen, and you should be able to unmute yourself now. Can you say something? You'll need to press mute on your end as well. Do you see the unmute and mute button on your computer? It should be at the bottom of your WebEx screen.
Good afternoon.
Great. Excellent. Okay, thank you so much. All right, I'm going to mute you again. And again, just doing a quick reminder, when we do committee Q&A, you will be responding to the questions by raising your hand in the participant chat. Brian will be recognizing you before you speak, and you'll need to remember to unmute yourself once I have done so from here. How you raise your hand in that participant list is by hovering over your name. If you don't have the participant list open on your computer, it's the bottom right of your screen. There's a little participants button. Make sure you have that open. Go to your name and a little hand icon should pop up. So I'm going to do that on my end. You'll hear a little noise and you should see a little hand pop up. There we go. It works for Margaretta. I'm actually not hearing my noise, but if anybody else wants to test it at this time, just to see how it looks, yes, you can raise and lower your hand by putting your name in hovering your mouse in the participant list, right by your name. Okay. All right, and Brooke, thanks for putting this back up. I'm going to try to take the presenter function back from you, Brooke, and see if I can advance the slides again. Excellent. Okay. And Emily, I will be advancing your slides, I believe. Yes, I will be. So it's Margaretta. I believe I will be passing the presenter function to you when we get to your turn, and then again, Ted. But Emily, David, and Heather, I will have your slides up for you. All right. So Brooke, are you connected by audio? All right, Evelyn, I am going to unmute you. Sorry to put you on the spot. Evelyn, can you hear me okay? I'm sending a request to unmute right now. Evelyn, can you say something?
Hear you.
Great. Can you say something again?
Oh, yes.
Excellent.
Yes, I'm
Okay. All right, great. So I am going to step away for just a moment. I will be right back. But Evelyn and Brooke and Carolyn, I know that you're all on right now. So if anything comes up, please just help everyone get connected to the audio if needed. The audio number is listed on the slide, and I will be right back. Thank you.
Yeah, Evelyn, can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, good. That worked then.
Okay. You were trying to unmute?
Yeah, for some reason I wasn't able to unmute
Yeah.
and mute myself.
There's a slight delay. Like, I think Mallory unmutes us, and then I unmuted myself, and then she still couldn't hear me. So there's a slight delay.
Yeah, I was showing I was unmuted, but it wasn't picking up my audio, so I don't know. Maybe
Right.
maybe it got messed up with CenturyLink or I don't know. But anyways, it's working now.
Yeah. I just think there's a delay.
Yeah, sometimes all you have to do is like log off and log back on. Like
Yeah,
most
that
tech
does fix
issues,
it.
turn it off and turn it back on.
Uh, I see Brian Madden in the lobby, Brooke. I assume I can admit him.
Yeah, I think we can admit anybody that's joining right now.
Mallory. Can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, thanks so much. I am back. And I know
And
we
we can hear
have,
Brooke too.
excellent. Thank you both. I know we have some members of the public who are joining. So for members of the public, we are not keeping the chat up during the meeting itself, but I will be opening the chat for just a moment to highlight for you that we are having closed captions today. And I will put that link for closed captions, if you're interested, in the chat now. We do recommend opening it in another browser or device if you have that available to you. And otherwise, there is also a multimedia viewer in the bottom right of your WebEx platform. There's 3 little dots next to that chat button. And if you click on that, you can select Multimedia Viewer, and you should be able to view closed captions there as well, depending on the WebEx version that you are using. So again, for members of the public who are just joining, there's a closed captions link. It's in the chat. I will be taking that down when we commence the briefing again. If you need it at any time, you can email me during the briefing and I will send it to you. My email is listed in the press release as well as the Federal Register notice, so you should have my contact information. Thank you so much.
So Mallory, I'm just checking my audio.
Yeah, you sound good, Brian. And I will make a quick announcement for all, just based on some questions that I'm hearing. Just a quick reminder for committee members: you may only ask questions of panelists during committee Q&A. If you think of additional questions following the briefing, you will need to email those to me. And during your meeting in July, we will be debriefing any additional questions that are still needed regarding follow-up. So I will be compiling those. I will not be reaching out to panelists immediately after these briefings with those questions. I will be doing that after your debrief session, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. So again, please keep in mind, you can only ask questions of panelists today during the briefing. That's how it's part of the public record. Thanks so much.
And Mallory, do we have all the panelists online now?
I believe so. So one moment, Brian, let me double check to make sure that Emily is back online. Yep, all right. So let's see. All right, Brian, you are ready to go when you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. Welcome back from the break. We're now going to begin our second panel. As a reminder, all remarks are recorded for the public record. Based on information collected through testimony, our committee will draft a report that will include findings and recommendations that would be shared with the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. The Commission will then forward those recommendations to the appropriate federal and state entities. In order to ensure that all aspects of the issues are represented, knowledgeable persons with a wide variety of experience and viewpoints have been invited to share information with us. Though some of the statements made today may be controversial, we want to ensure that all invited guests do not defame or degrade any person or any organization. And therefore, as the chair, I reserve the privilege to cut short any statements that defame, degrade, or do not pertain to the issue at hand. Please also know that we have interpreters who are providing interpretation in Mandarin, Spanish, and we also have closed caption available. This information is available in the Federal Register and press release for today's meeting. Finally, the rules for the committee Q&A portion of the panel discussions are as follows. Q&A session is reserved for committee members only. The committee may ask questions of the entire panel or individual members of the panel after all panelists have had the opportunity to provide their prepared statements. Committee members must be recognized by the chair before asking any question of the participants, And in addition, because of the large number of members in a short amount of time, each committee member will be limited to one question. If we have sufficient time, I will return based on you raising your hands in the participant list, but initially it will be according to the roll call. So let's commence our academic panel, and at this time I call on Emily Benfer.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the Advisory Committee for this opportunity. As you have learned from other panelists this morning and this afternoon, eviction in New York disproportionately affects Black and Hispanic renter households. This crisis existed before the pandemic and has only increased over the last 15 months, placing Black and Hispanic renter households at extreme risk of eviction and forced displacement, as well as the deterioration of health and well-being. The committee's examination of discrimination in rental housing is necessary, and interventions are urgent. Housing discrimination is widespread in the rental market. Fair housing laws appear to be under-enforced, and not in my backyard, NIMBY laws like crime-free rental ordinances and single-family zoning increase segregation and barriers to health and livelihood among people of color in the state. While I urge the committee to investigate all of these issues, I will focus on 3 areas that have a disparate impact on Black and Hispanic renters. Slide, please. First, no-cause eviction, tenant screening practices, and the health toll of eviction. Slide. First, no-cause eviction, which allows for unchecked housing discrimination. Outside of rent-regulated units in New York City, at the end of the lease term, New York landlords are not required to justify why a tenancy is being terminated. As long as a landlord provides notice, ranging from 30 to 90 days, a tenant's refusal to vacate will lead to an eviction proceeding. A landlord may even raise the rent of a month-to-month tenancy, and if that tenant does not consent, the landlord can terminate the tenancy by giving appropriate notice and proceeding with an eviction. This type of forced displacement can have treacherous consequences for renters, and no-cause eviction can often veil racial bias and retaliation in the rental housing market. Good cause or just cause eviction requirements can protect against discrimination at the end of the lease term and increase renter rights and protections from racially discriminatory eviction practices. Slide, please. Second, eviction records and tenant screening practices result in inequality by race, harming even the youngest New Yorkers. The use of eviction record screening tools and the ability of landlords to file unjustified eviction actions perpetuates a system of racial segregation and exclusion that keeps renters who have faced eviction from fully participating in society. The mere fact of an eviction filing, no matter the outcome of the case, can result in the denial of rental housing application, negatively affecting credit scores, and also prevent families from relocating to safe and healthy housing. It also affects their ability to apply for a loan or a mortgage or qualify for public housing. As a result, eviction almost always leads to a downward move to substandard housing and to communities with underfunded schools and higher rates of crime and poverty. Notably, eviction is also a cause of unemployment and a barrier to employment. The mark of an eviction often has little to do with the merits of the lawsuit. For example, research conducted by Eviction Lab uncovered the practice of serial eviction filing, which Peter Hepburn discussed earlier, wherein landlords file numerous evictions against the same household as a way to control behavior and assess fees. Evidence of the unjust and frivolous character of many eviction lawsuits becomes clear when tenants have right to counsel. In a New York City study, 84% of tenants represented by counsel stayed housed after an eviction filing, compared to only a handful without counsel. Slide, please. Even more troubling, in New York State, the harm of an eviction record attaches to all members of the household, including children and young adults. In 2019, New York changed the law surrounding execution of warrants, making warrants only effected against named parties. The result of this well-intentioned change in the eviction setting was an increase in landlords naming minors as defendants in evictions. In effect, children, predominantly Black and Hispanic children, are being swept into the system of discrimination and forced onto a path of social and economic inequality just as their lives are beginning. While it is illegal to deny a rental application on the basis of past eviction in New York, violations are often covert and the law is completely under-enforced. This is in part because the populations most affected often face barriers to reporting. And when violations are reported, they are inconsistently investigated, and there are very few penalties. Thus, in addition to controlling the landlord's behavior through increased monitoring and enforcement, the state must also limit the creation and availability of eviction records by restricting named defendants to those who entered into a lease agreement and automatically sealing or expunging eviction records. It is also crucial that the state and municipal governments and enforcement agencies collaborate with the at-risk communities to inform tenants of their rights, to develop trusted pathways for reporting, and to provide an opportunity for tenants to speak and advocate for themselves. Slide, please. Finally, the toll of the eviction crisis can be seen in the bodies of Black and Hispanic renters. Across New York, for newborns, children, and adults alike, eviction will have lifelong effects on emotional and physical health and even reduce life expectancy. The mere threat of eviction increases stress levels, anxiety, and depression, with suicidal ideation increasing fourfold, in part due to inability to pay the rent during the pandemic. Slide, please. For women, eviction is associated with physical and sexual assault, drug use and related harms, mental illness, and future housing precarity. Eviction is particularly traumatizing to children and affects emotional and physical well-being and development for years, if not their lifetime. Among children, eviction increases lead poisoning and the permanent brain damage that it causes, food insecurity, and academic decline. Children whose mothers are evicted during pregnancy are more likely to have adverse birth outcomes, such as low birth weight or preterm pregnancies. The health conditions associated with eviction also make future evictions more likely. In this way, eviction worsens longstanding patterns of economic and housing instability, in addition to driving poor health among people of color. In the pandemic context, eviction is especially dangerous in that it creates barriers to accessing healthcare and vaccinations and threatens communities with the lowest vaccination rates. Eviction also increases the likelihood of COVID-19 transmission, infection, and mortality. And the people who are most vulnerable to eviction are also the most likely to suffer from poor health conditions like heart disease, pulmonary disease, and diabetes, putting them at high risk of complications or death if they contracted COVID-19 after eviction. If these conditions are not addressed, eviction will only increase racial and health inequity in New York. And as New York prepares to lift the current eviction moratorium, the state must have a plan to prevent eviction among people of color. Otherwise, it could be in violation of fair housing laws, as resuming evictions will clearly accelerate the harm and have a disparate impact on historically marginalized groups. Slide, please. To start to secure racial justice and health equity, the state can target rental assistance to the highest risk communities and increase affordable housing. In addition, New York should reform the eviction system with equity in mind by adopting just cause eviction, prohibiting the use of court systems to control behavior and assess fees, enforcing the eviction record screening prohibition, sealing eviction records, and adopting right to counsel at the state level. In addition, the state can work with communities to increase enforcement of federal and state fair housing and human rights protections and address vehicles of discrimination and exclusion. The eviction crisis and its devastating effects on historically marginalized groups is clear. With no interventions, the eviction system will only increase injustice and health inequity and irreparably harm Black and Hispanic families and individuals in New York. But it doesn't have to. The state response to the eviction crisis has the potential to secure housing, pandemic recovery, and public health across New York and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next panelist is Margaretta Lynn.
Good afternoon to the advisory committee. Thank you so very much for holding these hearings and including me. My remarks today are based upon my work and experiences in academia, applied research, government, and civil and human rights law. As Dr. King instructed us, housing and racial justice are integral to making real the promises of American democracy. This committee has asked the right questions, and I will attempt to answer 4 of them, focused on the disparate impacts and driving forces of evictions, assessment of current policies, and recommended policy solutions. My remarks are based upon two beliefs. That first, it's the role of government to protect people from market disruptions. Under our social contract, when we ask people to do all the right things, it's essential that government ensures that basic human needs such as housing are then taken care of. Second, today's race-neutral policies that result in racial disparities are inherently racially inequitable. The presence of racial disparities in access to basic human needs such as housing indicate potential racial discrimination and requires deeper investigation. These hearings are time urgent, given that 1.2 million New Yorkers are estimated to be at risk of eviction after the COVID moratoriums and rental assistance funds end. On the question of disparate impacts of evictions. The Eviction Labs graph is a stark example of how evictions in New York City spike during market disruptions, such as the Great Recession foreclosure crisis and recent private equity investments targeting rent-regulated apartments. These spikes reveal that past current public policy systems did not work to protect vulnerable residents from market forces that are outside their control and not their fault. Please note that eviction data based on notices filed by landlords is a gross undercount of the actual number of tenants being forced to move. Many tenants leave before a formal notice of eviction for fear of impact on their credit history or landlord reference needs. Based upon invaluable tenant surveys conducted in Buffalo and New York City, we see that racial disparities exist in who's being evicted. On to major factors driving high eviction rates. First, as the United Nations identified, New York City and other global cities are confronting a new phenomenon where private equity firms and other investors purchase rent-regulated buildings using a financial model that's actually based on removing current tenants and raising rents. The eviction data shows that they have succeeded. Second, people of color are still disproportionately shut out of home ownership. For example, the Black home ownership rate in all three cities is about 20 to 30% below the white rate. Third, there are dramatic disparities in terms of income levels and rent affordability between residents of color and white residents. For example, in Albany, Black households making the median income would pay 51% of their income towards median rents, while white households would only pay 23%. Fourth, an estimated 25,000 people are released from New York State prisons annually. Not only are formerly incarcerated people denied housing because of their criminal records, their family members also face potential eviction for housing them. Given the overrepresentation of Black and Latino residents in New York prisons and jails, racial disparities then result from public and private housing providers discriminating based upon past criminal history. This exemplifies a race-neutral policy operating in racially discriminatory ways. Fifth, both Buffalo and New York City are experiencing gentrification displacement in long-standing ethnic enclaves like Chinatown and Harlem. Higher income, largely white residents are moving into these neighborhoods and driving up rents beyond what's affordable for longtime residents of color. The Chinatown experience is also an important example of the need to review race and income data at a neighborhood level given the income diversity within the Asian American communities. The recent study from the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund shows that income of Asian residents actually declined in Chinatown while increasing citywide. The driving forces behind evictions and racial disparities are also national problems. On to assessing current policies and gaps in the 3 cities. We reviewed the adoption of best practice tenant protection policies and provide here a summary chart. We find that while New York City had enacted 90% of best practice policies, tenant evictions and homelessness still increased. While this policy gap was recently addressed by a new vacancy control law for New York City, enforcement will be key, as well as monitoring the eviction status of the buildings currently not covered under the new law. Now to our recommended racial equity housing policies. In order to solve today and tomorrow's tenant eviction crises, we must address the underlying structural issues behind the racial disparities. Research and lived experience demonstrate that tenant evictions are interconnected with structural and racial inequities in the persistent lack of equitable access to homeownership, where mortgage redlining still persists. Lack of access to publicly subsidized affordable housing, where federal rules governing low-income housing tax credits changed to allow for higher rent levels, making new publicly funded affordable housing actually unaffordable for many people of color. This is another example of a race-neutral policy resulting in racial exclusion. The criminalization of poverty, where laws criminalize people for being poor and homeless. Public education disparities between schools in whiter, more affluent neighborhoods versus in lower income communities of color. The quality of K-12 education also dictates access to higher education, which dictates access to employment. And then employment and income disparities, where people with higher education make more money. Studies also show that people with Black sounding names versus white sounding names with identical qualifications are disadvantaged in the job market. These structural conditions result in tenants of color having less income and fewer opportunities to live in stable and affordable housing. This then produces racial disparities in evictions and displacement. I offer 5 policy recommendations to advance racial equity. First, enact and enforce vacancy control laws, especially in neighborhoods with high risk of displacement and homelessness. Second, change rent levels in publicly funded affordable housing to align with what low-income tenants of color can actually afford. Third, affirmatively advance fair housing by conducting racial equity analyses of different plans and programs. Fourth, adopt fair chance housing laws to remove housing barriers for formerly incarcerated people and their family members. Fifth, consider using related funds such as healthcare funds to pay for affordable housing.
Okay, and I apologize for interrupting, but if you can try to wrap up within 2 minutes, please.
Yes. In conclusion, I'd like to offer that the biggest structural fix needed is a paradigm shift in how we view housing. That once we view housing as a public good and human right, similar to public education and health, we would advance Dr. King's vision of opening the doors of opportunity for all people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I next call on David Madden.
Hello. Hi. I want to thank the committee for the invitation to speak to you this afternoon. My goal here is to explain how and why the housing system discriminates against and harms households of color and the role that evictions play in this. I'll be concentrating on New York City, where I've conducted research, but this is not only a big city problem. I'm going to introduce some key concepts to help us better understand this issue. I'm going to briefly place this problem in its social and historical context, and I'm going to discuss some ways that the housing system needs to be changed in order to begin addressing the injustices wrapped up in these problems. So the first thing that I think it's important to understand is that we're talking about systemic issues that result from the ways that the housing system interacts with other hierarchies that shape American political, social, and economic life. So when housing scholars use the term housing system, we're referring to all of the people, institutions, practices, and policies that determine who lives where and under what conditions. So there's not one set of villains here with malicious intent. The problem is systemic. It's the result of a multitude of arrangements across a range of sectors and institutions, and a consequence of legal and formal, as well as illegal and informal practices. It also needs to be said that the problem of eviction is not limited to cases where formal eviction proceedings lead to removal by city marshals. That would be like saying that violence is only a problem if someone is sent to the ER. Of course, we know that the threat of violence can also shape people's behavior, and being routinely subjected to the threat of violence can be traumatic. Eviction is essentially a form of residential violence. Researchers have shown that eviction leaves lasting emotional, financial, psychological, mental, and physical health impacts. But as with interpersonal violence, the mere threat of eviction can cause anxiety and distress, and is a major way that landlords can exercise control over tenants. So the problem is not only people being evicted, it's the broader problem of being potentially subjected to eviction in the first place. So what I'm saying is that eviction needs to be seen as part of this broader problem of being forced to live in conditions of insecurity, powerlessness, and elevated risk. It is a part of the broader problem of housing precarity. So housing precarity in the American housing system is deeply racialized. We see that households of color are more likely to be renters and thus potentially subjected to eviction in the first place, more likely to be rent burdened, more likely to be severely rent burdened. Households of color, and especially Black and Latina households, are more likely to face overcrowding, poor maintenance, and other forms of housing insecurity. These are all different facets of this broader problem of racialized housing precarity. Evictions reflect these patterns. In New York, households of color are evicted at much higher rates than white households. They're also disproportionately likely to be threatened with eviction, with Black and Latina households roughly twice as likely to be threatened with eviction as white households. Before the pandemic, renters living in majority Black zip codes in New York City were more than 3 times as likely to be evicted as renters living in majority white zip codes. So it's also something that is concentrated geographically and socially. And since the pandemic began, Black renters were more than 5 times more likely than white renters to have fallen behind on their rent. So the preponderance of evidence shows that households of color in New York face extensive housing precarity and injustice. So I think there are 2 contexts in which this problem needs to be understood. The first is historical. The housing system has been hostile to households of color since the beginning of European colonization of North America. If you look at the history of housing in New York, you see that it's filled with incidents such as the early 18th century dispossession of Black-owned farms and housing in the area that became Greenwich Village, the early 19th century demolition of Seneca Village, a majority Black settlement destroyed to make way for Central Park, the early 20th century bulldozing of San Juan Hill, a majority Black and Latino neighborhood that was ultimately razed in the construction of Lincoln Center, the 21st century racialized displacement occurring in neighborhoods like Harlem, Williamsburg, Bedford-Stuyvesant, Chinatown, and many other areas. This history reflects a variety of causes, but these events are all instances where eviction was used to enforce the city's racialized housing hierarchy, and where it's possible to see the lack of respect for the housing rights of households of color. There's never been an official reckoning with this history. The second context concerns the changing shape of the housing system in contemporary New York. So housing today is becoming increasingly commodified and financialized. That means that the very nature of housing is changing. I mean, in essence, we can say that housing has a dual function. On the one hand, it is a personal and social resource that can be occupied as home. On the other hand, housing is also an asset or commodity that can be bought and sold as real estate. Financialization and commodification are terms to capture the fact that increasingly the housing system privileges the real estate side of housing and not its function as home. So this means that limits to the profitability of housing are being undermined or removed. The whole system is becoming more competitive, more expensive, more focused on profitability. It also means the emergence of new kinds of landlords. So the largest owners of rental apartments in New York are all these huge institutional landlords. Firms like the Blackstone Group, the largest owner of rental apartments in New York, and indeed the largest owner of real estate in the world, which controls total assets of something like $619 billion. Big financialized landlords make the rental market more competitive, raising rents for tenants and forcing other smaller landlords to adopt similar practices to compete. For firms like this, eviction is central to their business model. So the financialization of housing is a racial justice issue in three ways. First, institutional landlords frequently see minoritized communities as opportunities to expand their portfolio. And research has shown that for these large-scale property owners, eviction is routine, sometimes using automated eviction apps. But by increasing their presence within communities of color, financialized landlords are contributing to the racialized precarity within these communities. Secondly, financialized firms also often seek to redevelop these communities using eviction as a technique for making space for wealthier and whiter households. Finally, the financialization and commodification of housing is undermining policies such as rent stabilization or public housing that protect households, including large numbers of households of color, from residential insecurity. The financialization and commodification of housing might seem like colorblind processes, and without a doubt, the changing nature of housing today affects all poor and working class households. And increasingly, it also affects many households that see themselves as middle class. But these processes have a particularly destructive impact for renters and communities of color, as I was just arguing. So what then can be done about the longstanding systemic problems of eviction and racialized housing precarity? There are short-term emergency measures that need to be taken, but these are also systemic problems, as I said, so systemic change is needed. In terms of emergency measures, New York needs stronger legal and financial support for renters. It must find ways to support renters who have been burdened with significant rent arrears as a result of the pandemic. New York also needs stronger tenancy rights. For example, through policies such as just cause eviction, which limits the grounds upon which landlords can evict tenants. So this would end the no cause eviction, which we heard about a moment ago. These policies should be established as widely as possible, but particular support needs to be given to households and communities of color, which, as we've said, have been facing disproportionate harm as a result of the contemporary housing system. More broadly, the problem of eviction reflects the lack of housing alternatives and a lack of tenant power. So the housing system needs to change its current trajectory and reorient itself towards meeting the social need for housing. New York is actually a good place to think about definancialization, decommodification, and democratization of housing. It has a long history of public housing, rent regulation, and other policies aimed at strengthening housing as home rather than as real estate. New York's housing system has been repeatedly transformed by generations of reformers and activists, many of whom have come from communities of color. And these activists have simultaneously sought to address the specific housing injustices in their neighborhoods, as well as struggled for a better and more democratic housing system for all. For these activists, eviction has always been seen as a core manifestation of housing injustice. They lobbied City Hall and Albany to reduce the power of landlords to evict. They've also engaged in direct action eviction blocking. So I think given the current state of housing in New York and across the country, policymakers need to look to this history, listen to these activists, listen to these communities, and try to reorient the housing system so that it can meet the social need for home, especially for those communities of color whose home and housing has been made especially precarious. It is clear that there are a number of immediate reforms that could, in the short term, stem the tide of evictions, this problem that was growing even before the pandemic, but has become potentially catastrophic since the pandemic began. But the harmful discriminatory impact of evictions will not be fully addressed until the system of racialized housing precarity and inequality that produces them is changed so that decent housing is available to all as a human and civil right. So I'll leave it there. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. All right, our next panelist is Edward D. Barbieri.
Thank you so much. Audio okay? Video okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you sound great.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks, Mallory, just checking in. My name's Ted DeBarbieri. I teach at Albany Law School, which is the oldest independent law school in the nation, based in Albany, New York. I teach housing law and policy, and I direct the Community Economic Development Clinic. I have a background as a legal services attorney in New York City, where I represented homeowners in Southeast Queens and elsewhere being foreclosed upon during the Great Recession. The testimony that I'm going to give today is based on my research, including recent law review articles, as well as experience working with partner groups such as United Tenants of Albany, who will be testifying at subsequent panels in the future. Cool. So when I talk about eviction and residential tenancy, I like to ask a question, and I'm just going to put it out there and say, jot down, committee members of the public, and fellow panelists, write down, just on a notepad in front of you if you have one. Think about a barrier, legal or otherwise, to a successful residential landlord-tenant relationship. So, what's a barrier that exists, whether it's legal or otherwise? And you've heard a ton from my co-panelists already, and as well as others earlier today, to a successful residential landlord relationship. And just think about that in your own mind. What I'm going to talk about now is, I'm going to focus on 4 points: COVID-19 and housing instability, research related to the Great Recession and lessons learned, as well as current policy critiques, a specific focus on connecting race and eviction in the city of Albany, as well as recommendations for lawmakers and policymakers. As my colleagues on the panel have already discussed, poor residents in New York State are severely rent burdened. Even before the pandemic, individuals and families making between $15,000 and $30,000 were over 50% of that population was severely rent burdened. Presumably, the other 50% is getting by some other way. There's a tremendous shortfall in available affordable housing for this population. Close to 1 million renter households are extremely low income. The National Low Income Housing Coalition estimates that over 600,000 affordable renting units are needed in order to stem that tide, meet the need. And that housing instability exists in the city of Albany as well. We heard about history from the last presenter. This is a home owners loan corporation map from the 1930s. What we see with respect to, and we've heard from redlining from my other panelists too, redlining and the history of redlining contributes directly today to the inability of families of color from borrowing and achieving home ownership. In one instance, if a family had to go to Syracuse because they were unable to purchase a land bank property from the Albany County Land Bank, they approached 5 lenders in the area, in the capital region, in the Albany area, and were unable to secure financing. In fact, no homeowners have been able to purchase land bank property, and Albany County Land Bank is our local land bank, which receives property from the city and from the county that has been foreclosed upon through in-rem tax foreclosure. No homeowners have been able to purchase property from the land bank from local financial institutions in historically redlined neighborhoods, which indicates the significant problem that redlining is still contributing to. With respect to lessons learned from the Great Recession and impact on COVID-related programs, during the Great Recession, we saw significant interventions with respect to private lenders seeking to modify loans, as well as some expansion of tax incentives to create new affordable housing. The tools that were most successful tended to be grants to support affordable housing tax credit deals, so supply side interventions, as well as direct housing assistance such as vouchers. A year ago, there were no housing related interventions in the CARES Act. We did see in the Consolidated Appropriations Acts of the end of 2020, we did see targeted assistance with respect to vouchers, as well as emergency rental assistance. So that was a step in the right direction. With the American Rescue Plan, we did see significant increases in rent assistance, as well as $5 billion to fight homelessness, and that's successful, but it's not enough, fortunately. With respect to our efforts in Albany in particular, I want to raise up for the committee a couple pieces of data, a couple data points. This spring, students at Albany Law School partnered with United Tenants of Albany to field hotline calls from tenants. Speaking to approximately around 100 tenants over the course of 2 months. A couple brief anecdotes. One tenant was served with a 45-day notice, advised of the eviction moratorium and how to file a hardship declaration, which is very common for these types of calls. Many tenants who were reaching out in the spring and winter were unclear about the governor's emergency authority removal, and this highlighted, I think, the need for grassroots community-based organizations to explain the facts. Another tenant who was African American reported repeated landlord inspections of their housing unit without prior notice, in this case 7, led the tenant to suspect a discriminatory intent to evict, to find a pretext. There was also an individual who's disabled calling seeking resources. Just a small snapshot of some of the calls that our students fielded. In another instance, highlighting the need for repairs to be made in many of the rental housing units in the city of Albany that are being rented to individuals who are low and moderate income. In one instance, a family paid almost $3,000 to take possession of an apartment based on mold and bad air and other conditions. They felt like they were unable to live there with their child. They were sued in eviction by their landlord, who's particularly known landlord for not repairing housing units. They worked with United Tenants of Albany and a tool we worked on called the harm calculator to assess damages, and were able to go into small claims court to win a judgment against the landlord for failing to make repairs. The court in this case ordered over $2,000 to the family. Highlighting in another instance, some of the efforts on the ground to address eviction and to the extent it impacts race. We need additional data around race and eviction, including thematic mapping. Other panelists have mentioned we're working with Siena College and United Tenants of Albany to do some of that work using Office of Court Administration data. We hope to update the committee once we have data to present and analyze. Finally, my final 3 points. We need more direct housing payment assistance. Other panelists have talked about a right to counsel in eviction proceedings. This is key and critical. And I know you're hearing from legislators from New York State, including Representative Harvey Epstein and others. I'm excited about the testimony that they will give, and I look forward to the committee's recommendations with respect to right to counsel. Lastly, additional grants to supplement existing programs to preserve and create long-term affordable housing development. Thanks to the committee and to everyone here for listening.
Thank you so much for presenting. So our last panelist, I'll call on Heather Abraham, please.
Distinguished members of the New York Advisory Committee, thank you so much for hosting these hearings. I do appreciate the opportunity to testify. Respecting the time allotted, I'll forego details about my background, except to say that I am the director of our law school's Civil Rights and Transparency Clinic, in which we advise and represent clients who've experienced housing discrimination, and my academic background, my research examines fair housing law with a particular focus on the evolution of housing segregation and policy interventions to reduce it. And prior to entering academia, I did work as a legal services attorney defending tenants facing eviction. So I've submitted to the committee my full written testimony, which addresses the broader set of questions posed about racial discrimination and evictions. But to offer an additional dimension to the other panelists today, I'm going to focus my abbreviated remarks on structural racism as it affects the eviction process. And specifically, I'll focus on the relationship between housing discrimination, segregation, and eviction, which I know was a theme of the Q&A for the last panel, and I'd be glad to address that more. A recent Washington Post headline reads, "Eviction isn't just about poverty, it's also about race." In the article, Virginia Poverty Law Center attorney Christy Mara puts it simply, to reduce evictions, quote, "You've got to look at what happened before. Who owns houses and who rents, and how did we get there?" So my message for you today is to follow that advice. I urge you to view the eviction process in terms of structural racism. As Professor Andrew Scherer, a scholar who literally wrote the book on landlord-tenant procedures in New York, presented to this committee earlier this year, the modern eviction procedures are relics of centuries-old feudal land system, and today they operate as one part of a broader housing system that reinforces white privilege and disproportionately evicts people of color. We've heard a lot about that today. A key task for this committee is to draw tighter connections between structural racism and eviction, with a particular focus on the inequitable elements of the broader housing system, which thankfully my co-panelist David Madden just defined for you on this panel, and that ones that influence the inequality in the eviction process. Two primary examples are the unequal access to home ownership and the unequal allocation of resources by zip code. And there are many other examples that have been presented. By drawing out these connections, this committee can make recommendations that are better aimed at broader systemic change in ways that affect the eviction process upstream, as opposed to simply reforming eviction procedures downstream, which, do not get me wrong, are also very important. And I'm glad that my co-panelists have presented ideas for how to do that. To this end, I urge you to look beyond acts of individual housing discrimination to the more ubiquitous problem of residential segregation. My testimony offers the committee a framework through which to view residential segregation and then offers recommendations to reduce segregation with an eye toward improving eviction outcomes, among other things. I recommend that the committee view residential segregation not simply as a symptom or a result of housing discrimination alone, but as itself a self-perpetuating source of racial inequity that needs to be addressed to reduce racism in the eviction process. In trying to address inequalities in eviction, we are not operating on a blank slate. The existence of pervasive and persistent segregation is itself harmful, regardless of whether it's caused by acts of discrimination or lawful and economic and social interactions, which I'm going to talk about. Viewed this way, the committee should recommend both stronger fair housing laws and better enforcement of those laws, and affirmative policies that are specifically designed to reduce segregation. So to inform your recommendations, I offer the following information on causes of persistent segregation. 4 commonly cited causes are socioeconomic status, personal preference, bias or discrimination, and social sorting. Discrimination is a dominant and critical but not an exclusive explanation for persistent segregation. According to the discrimination explanation of persistent segregation, it results from racial bias, including individual bias, institutional or systemic biases, and discriminatory public policies that may appear facially neutral but result in disparate outcomes. In light of this explanation, most fair housing advocates, including me, focus on anti-discrimination policies which are designed to change individual and collective behavior by prohibiting that discriminatory conduct, and in public policy, this translates into stronger fair housing laws and better enforcement of those laws. Strong non-discrimination laws and better enforcement are a critical component of reducing segregation, and they should be a primary focus of the committee's recommendations, particularly with newer protected classes like source of income, which is often a proxy for race. However, I ask the committee not to stop there. The committee should also consider recommendations that reduce segregation more directly by addressing government policies like exclusionary zoning and where subsidized housing is built, with the objective of reducing overall levels of segregation, which will lessen segregation's ability to self-replicate. I add in my written testimony much more information on the cyclical nature of segregation and what social scientists call social structural sorting. But in short, this explanation of segregation teaches us that segregation is maintained not just by discrimination, but a host of routine and lawful social behaviors that we fail to fully appreciate with anti-discrimination laws. And it also teaches us that segregation itself perpetuates the unequal eviction outcomes discussed today in many ways that panelists in the last panel responded to Professor Athena Matua's question about, such as concentrating renters of color in historically disinvested neighborhoods with old housing stock who may be evicted simply for asking a landlord to make a repair. So accounting for those social dynamics, this committee should not simply recommend better enforcement of anti-discrimination laws, but also because that would fall short potentially of addressing other systemic factors that are driving unequal eviction rates, but also make recommendations designed to reduce the overall rate of segregation. So on this point, I offer two observations for your consideration. One is, please look to my written remarks about new research that shows that even incremental or modest reductions in segregation levels can meaningfully improve access to opportunity and quality of life metrics for communities of color. And second, tools already exist to address segregation at a systemic level. One tool is affirmatively furthering fair housing laws that require the government and its grant recipients to affirmatively further fair housing, which is commonly known as AFFH obligations. Those were mentioned earlier by a co-panelist. AFFH obligations are unique because they challenge local governments to update local planning documents with the goal of reducing barriers to fair housing. We've heard about some of those barriers today, and common ones include exclusionary zoning and the inadequate supply of affordable housing across jurisdictions. Instead, if they do exist, they may be concentrated in one area within a metropolitan area. So my written remarks elaborate on the Federal Fair Housing Act and the primary AFFH law, but states can also adopt these laws. So I'm going to just jump to one example. In 2018, California became the first state to pass an AFFH mandate. Like the federal mandate, it creates a statewide obligation among municipalities to reduce segregation. And it defines the phrase as meaningful actions to overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity for communities of color and other persons protected by state law. One concrete way that it does that is it requires local jurisdictions to add what they call a housing element to local development plans, which includes an analysis of local segregation and residential displacement. In New York State, legislators are considering a similar proposal. And in February, in fact, the state Senate passed Senate Bill 1353 to add an additional AFFH obligation to housing programs administered at the state. I believe later testifying is State Senator Brian Kavanaugh, who was a sponsor of that bill. And I would strongly encourage you to ask him about some of the details of the AFFH bill. AFFH obligations present an opportunity to change the way that the government does business, or what I call in my writing, segregation autopilot. Rather than continuing to allocate billions of government dollars to local jurisdictions that reinforce segregation through local planning, AFFH laws try to interrupt that stream, and they require local jurisdictions to rethink their segregative effect and develop plans to reduce it. So I strongly recommend that the committee incorporate AFFH obligations into its recommendations. For instance, it should recommend promulgation of a strong AFFH regulation, not just at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, but any federal agency that administers a housing or urban development program. This is especially important at U.S. Treasury, because the IRS administers the low-income housing tax credit program. And as Deborah Archer, professor at NYU, who's been mentioned today and who also talked to this committee earlier this year, she's mentioned in her writing that the Department of Transportation also allocates a lot of funding that should have an AFFH regulation attached. I'll conclude with just 3 primary recommendations that are detailed in my written remarks. The first that you've heard today, including from Ted just now, is that we need to collect more data on racial discrimination and evictions, because better data has allowed advocates in the rental market, studying the rental market, to develop more effective interventions. And similarly, better data on evictions would help us to help inform our interventions that are more responsive to the problem. Also, you should expand and enforce prohibitions on source of income discrimination. Again, I talk more about this in my written remarks, but one of the most rampant and enduring forms of discrimination is source of income discrimination, which is sometimes used as a proxy for race discrimination. And while it's currently prohibited in some jurisdictions, including in New York, by a patchwork of state and local laws, it's not universally banned. I'm just going to jump ahead to also reinforce something that was said earlier. The committee should promote more effective enforcement of the existing source of income protections that New York has, including by examining the lack of transparency of limited liability ownership, so company ownership, so LLCs, because I've found in my experience as a fair housing litigator that landlords frequently use LLCs to evade detection and liability for their LLC for discriminatory practices. And this is just an unnecessary barrier for us to even identify landlords who should be defendants in what's already a difficult enforcement process. So I strongly recommend revisions to state law governing LLCs to make ownership more transparent. And my last one has to do with encouraging policies that are designed to reduce levels of segregation. As you've already heard, the AFFH regulations at the state and federal level are just one example of that. So with that, I want to just thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak, and I would be glad to address any questions you may have.
Okay, so at this time, I thank all the panelists for their presentations, and we'll start the committee Q&A period. We'll start at the top of the list since we got through all the first round. Athena, do you have a question?
Okay, I'm sorry. I do. I'm still formulating it. Might I like to come back to me, please? Is that possible?
Sure, happy to do that. Okay, so we'll go on to Iris.
Hi there. Good morning. I want to thank all the panelists for joining us. Once again, a really rich conversation. Really interested in, I think, Margaret and David, you all were both touching on, although I'm interested in everybody's viewpoint, on sort of the paradigm of housing from a home to an investment instrument. And really interested in, you know, what is the driver? It sounds like that's becoming a growing issue. What is behind the force behind that, and how would you suggest it be remedied or contained if you feel like if that is indeed a problem?
And Iris, is that a question for a particular panelist or for all of them? It looks like you're muted now.
Yeah, I had to wait. I had to get unmuted. I would love to actually hear from David and Margaret, and then anybody else who wants to chime in, I would value your perspective as well.
Okay, so David, if you wish to answer the question.
Sure, thank you. This is definitely a complicated issue. I don't think that there's one driver. I do think that you can point to a number of different interests that it's serving and a sort of broader political shift that it represents. I mean, the commodification of housing is certainly something that is pursued by real estate and by financial interests. It's something that is connected to broader changes in urban governance as well, and to the sort of ideas about what urban government and governance is for. It's also something that is multi-scalar. So it's something that's driven by global investors and global processes and global political economic transformations, as well as sort of urban regional scale and even neighborhood scale causes. So it's a complicated set of changes that is, leading to this transformation of the housing system. So similarly, there are many different policies that I think can sort of speak to it. I mean, on the one hand, we need to expand partially decommodified or non-commodity forms of housing, things like public housing, cooperative housing, community land trusts, and there's a whole sort of suite of partially decommodified housing or rent stabilization, rent regulation policies like that. But there also needs to be limits on the role of investors and financialized firms in shaping housing, owning housing, and creating the housing scape and urban life. So I think it's not one specific policy, but there's a clear direction of travel that really could establish a different paradigm, a different trajectory.
Okay, and Margaretta, would you like to answer that question? And I'll also say to the other panelists, if you would like to answer it, to just raise your hand in the participant list, so I will know you wish to do that, and then I'll call on you. Otherwise, we'll go to the next question.
Thank you very much for the question. The United Nations Special Rapporteur on Adequate Housing a few years ago issued a really important report on this very issue, and includes information about New York City. What's happening today around this global financialization of housing really picks up from what occurred during the Great Recession and the financialization of mortgage products, right? So in many ways, it's one and the same thing around profit making. The very complicated and similar to around the foreclosure crisis, it was hard for homeowners in distress to know who actually owned their mortgage and who they should deal with. And there were all these layers that really prevented local governments from getting accountability and getting redress. So we're seeing this very similar dynamic play out. So what can be done at a policy level? Because it does require structural solutions at the federal, state, and local government level, and the cooperation between these different levels of government. First, New York City recently passed two very important policies that address this issue head on by, one, removing the financial incentive for these outside speculators to purchase properties. And that's through vacancy control, right? So what's driving this is the ability of a new landlord to come in through legal or illegal or constructive eviction procedures, push out tenants, and then under vacancy control laws, right, which is the normal paradigm across the US, rents can be raised to market, reset to market for the new tenants. So we need to hit it at its core, at its heart, which is removing the financial incentive of these investors from wanting to purchase that building in the first place. And vacancy control laws is that structural fix at a public policy level. The other policy that New York City recently passed deals with public accountability and knowledge and transparency. And that's a required speculator watch list, right? So no one knows who these folks are. Similar to the foreclosure crisis, no one knew who was actually behind that blighted property on your street. And so similar to what local governments did back in the day around foreclosures of creating these foreclosure registries, we're seeing more and more cities develop these speculator watch list programs. Last, to what David said earlier, we're not going to solve this problem until we remove housing out of this notion of a commodity, that whoever has the money gets access to it, right? And we need to really move into the direction that other world governments have been leading, which is around social and public housing.
All right, thank you so much. I don't see any other hands raised, so we'll go to the next question. Jamil?
Thank you very much for very enlightening, very informative presentations. My question is about, I think, two presenters, I believe Professor Lin and Professor Madden, mentioned recognition of the right to housing as a human right. To what extent do you think such recognition, if we were to recommend to the state of New York to recognize housing as a human right, to what extent that recognition would help, particularly in the context of the fair housing analysis that also Professor Benfer and Abram mentioned, in terms of how that kind of analysis would play into impacting the rights of all people, particularly significantly reducing the risk of eviction or even the threat of eviction, as Professor Madden put it, as a form of violence. Thank you.
Okay, so I understand you're asking Margaretta and David, but others are welcome to answer as well. So I'll start with you, David. Do you wish to answer?
Yes, thank you. Just trying to unmute myself. I think this is a very good question, and this actually gets partly at the complexity of all these questions about rights and power within the housing system, because it's not as simple of a matter as just declaring a right to housing. It really depends upon how it is institutionalized, how it is defined, how it's mobilized. New York, of course, does have a version of the right to shelter. More than 100 nations across the world have an official right to housing. It's included in the national constitution of many different countries. It's in a number of international compacts. But there are many instances where we see that an official right to housing is compatible with extensive housing injustice. So it really depends upon how laws and institutions and policies and practices are adjusted in order to make it a reality. So I think I think the language of housing rights is very powerful, and I think the goal of establishing a universal right to housing is quite important. But it really just means we need to engage in a deeper and more detailed way with all of these questions about injustice and precarity and insecurity connected to housing, and again, really to build actually existing alternatives.
Okay, thank you. Margaretta?
Thank you for a very profound question. As I've been thinking about this very issue, I look to the examples of how this country has been able to view K-12 education as a human right, right? So if we look at that paradigm, if we look at the new paradigm around access to health and the right to health care, we're still evolving, trying to get that issue right. But there are two existing similar paradigms for us to just focus our mind and our heart shares around. I actually co-authored a recent article about how this could be constructed using the existing housing system and structures in California. It's an article from a few years ago in the Berkeley Planning Journal. So it requires, and I think there's the federal mandate, right, that then creates the structure for the rest of the country. Things are going to look very differently state by state because of the difference in state laws regarding the housing systems and how financing operates. In California, we have certain structures already in place. The housing element, which is a requirement of local jurisdictions to produce reports and plans on how they're meeting the housing demands of the current population and also anticipated future populations. That's a great construct and model to operate from. The problem is it's not enforced, right? If we started to enforce in California the housing element, then we would get creative. Then we would see local governments, instead of allowing market rate housing to be developed on public land that current residents cannot afford, that they would change the current paradigm at a local level. We would start, maybe there's an employer mandate for the Googles and Amazons of the world, right? They're starting, the tech companies are starting to get this at a voluntary level. But what if there was an employer mandate that if you're going to expand your workforce, you're actually required to build housing for that new workforce instead of contributing to the current displacement impacts that are occurring. So I think as David said, it starts with a heart and mind shift, right? Then looking at the current systems we have in place and how can we just build on those existing systems.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to the next question. Don, do you have a question, Don?
Yeah, I've listened to these 5 speakers, and I really don't hear differing viewpoints. So my question is for all of them. Is there any role in any of your nostrums for improving housing? Is there any role for marketplace economics, economic freedom, or individual incentive, or does everything involve basically expanded public housing, which we have a good amount of now, and a lot of people don't think it's working too well?
Okay, so for those panelists who would like to answer the question, I'll ask you to raise your hand in the participant list, and I'll call on you according to that. Ted?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. It didn't focus a lot on tax incentives, but I think the creation of a floor for the low-income housing tax credit at 4% as a way to incentivize housing supply is at least one effort that Congress recently adopted that looks forward to, that engages the marketplace through the use of incentives that I think is positive. So, is there a way for engaging the market forces? I think, from my perspective, I think the answer is yes. There's also reason to be skeptical because of some of the challenges that other folks have mentioned, specifically around private equity. But I think, yeah, we can't ignore that.
Okay. Does anybody else wish to answer the question? Margaretta?
I agree. It's a brilliant question. And I think my starting place is what populations are we trying to help, right? Who are the people who are desperate for basic access to housing. And not everyone needs help, but for the members of our community and society who do need help, then we have seen the data, the research, the lived experience is showing us that the market is actually not only not helping them, but actually hurting them, right? And so I agree we should not be applying a one-size-fits-all policy approach. I think today we're talking about policy solutions to address the needs of people who are hurting.
All right, I can see, Brian, there's a little bit of a lag with you, but I see Emily's raised her hand. So I'm going to go ahead and unmute Emily. Is that okay, Brian?
Yes, please do. I think I forgot to unmute myself. Sorry. It can be a little complicated, so I apologize. Emily?
Oh, it's no problem. Thank you very much. And I also thank you for the question. I don't know that the suggestion from the panelists to expand public housing. I think the idea is that we are at a point in our country's history that has been perpetuated for some time where an entire segment of the population does not have access to safe and decent housing that's sustainable and that is not on the verge, one emergency away from losing, and all of the consequences that are collateral that come with it, that they will experience, and that will perpetuate that system of segregation and pushing people to the outskirts of society where they cannot fully participate. So in response to that, there are multiple different proposals that ultimately fulfill a right to housing model. And in the countries like France and Scotland and South Africa that have adopted that well, where housing is a priority, homelessness is a rare event and is immediately responded to. And there's been success with universal voucher models and other types of interventions that go way beyond public housing. I mean, our public housing stock, the capital fund, has not been fully supplied or paid for in decades. And so much of public housing is deteriorating. It was built and designed to push people outside of mainstream society. Most of public housing is located on the Superfund sites in our country, so also perpetuating that segregation and physical health harms to residents who live there. So these are complex, wicked problems, but I think we have a fundamental problem where in our country, the main vehicle of wealth accumulation is property, and a vast majority of the population doesn't have access to that. And we're also at a time where the newer generations, millennials, for example, are not buying property. They want to seek wealth in other ways. And so we have to re-envision how housing is perceived, and that it is something that people are entitled to as a very pillar of resiliency in our society.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go on to the next question. Tiffany, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. It's a very practical question, I think. I'm thinking about the conversation regarding the under-enforcement of the housing discrimination laws, and I'm wondering, where is this most problematic? Is it most problematic on the state level, on the federal level? I'm also wondering why it's happening. Why is there sustained under-enforcement of these laws? And then the last thing I'm wondering is, do you think that one way of addressing that might be compelling landlords to take on a notice obligation? I'm thinking about like OSHA notices in the workplace, that kind of situation where landlords would have an obligation to inform renters about their rights in the event that they believe that they have experienced discrimination and who they might call. Would that kind of model increase enforcement, or is that something that folks have already tried perhaps and it just didn't work?
Okay, thank you. Heather, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you for that question. I really appreciate it. I also, as a plug, because you asked about disparate impact, would be glad to talk about that sometime too, if you're interested. I think that's a really important question that raises a lot of practical implications too. So on this practical question, yes, I think that it really serves us well to think about the history of the Fair Housing Act, the Federal Fair Housing Act, and the state laws modeled after it as putting a lot of emphasis on private enforcement. In a lot of ways, that's a mistake, or at least the burden is not well shared. We do need to invest in public enforcement and have really reliable HUD funds that flow to these private, what were often called fair housing centers. So FIPS, Fair Housing I'm forgetting the I in FIP. Someone knows it. So FIP organizations, including some that we work with in our clinic, and not just state level agencies and the federal agency. But to backpedal into your question a little bit, I think it's most problematic at both the state and federal level. When it comes to the state level, those are the protections that tend to go beyond the traditional 7 protected classes on the Federal Fair Housing Act. And so in the case of source of income, New York really just passed that law. So now is the time when we're setting up the framework where we're giving money and staffing and training well staffers in the Division of Human Rights and making sure that they're doing these webinars. And I know that they're doing it, but I don't know if a lot of landlords out there are, or to what degree the resources really match the need. What I know is that it's happening a lot, and that if the enforcement requires us to go to nearly every landlord and either police their Craigslist ads or do paired testing to prove that they're treating people differently, it's an onerous and burdensome process. And so it's about normalizing and continuing to put the pressure on so landlords don't do that. So I know it's a big question, but why don't I actually pause and hear what some of the other panelists have to say about the notice obligation? I have not given that a lot of thought, and I think it's a curious idea.
Okay, Emily?
I actually wasn't going to speak to the notice obligation, but I did want to mention one of the reasons that there's barriers to enforcement. The long-standing subordination of communities of color, of Hispanic and Black communities, I think has led to a disconnect and an inability to communicate with law enforcement or with people who might enforce fair housing laws. There was a study recently that determined that 70% of undocumented immigrants were less likely to contact law enforcement if they were a victim of a crime. So that would be a much more severe situation. Even in that realm, not willing to engage with any kind of federal agency or state agency. And that was not confined to immigrants. It was also seen among US born Latinos and Latinx population. And so that's just one example of this longstanding distrust of federal agencies, law enforcement, court in general, and trying to avoid contact with those. And so one of the longstanding problems has been the lack of relationship building and working with communities who are most effective to design not only the intervention itself, but also the enforcement mechanisms. So this outreach to the community is really critical, and providing spaces for people to self-empower and to lift their voices and to participate in that process are really important so that it works for them and they do have these trusted pathways for responding.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the next question. Matt, do you have a question?
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that each of the presenters kind of gave a little bit of a historical background, starting with redlining. But I feel like kind of redlining came from somewhere, which is Jim Crow laws, which then came from slavery. And I think there's a pretty clear line that connects where we are today with where we were 300 years ago. And I'm curious if there's any talk or anyone has thoughts related to the idea of reparations as a way of kind of stemming eviction crisis, housing crisis, however we want to call it, and if anyone has opinions or knows of any thoughts related to those two things.
Would any of the panelists like to answer that? Margaretta?
Thank you very much for that question. I've been thinking a lot about this issue as it relates to the people who lost their homes during the Great Recession foreclosure crisis and who are now tenants. right? And that they never received justice. So all the monies from the federal government, the state governments, and including the Attorney General settlement agreements, all went to other people. Redress, justice never occurred for the people who lost their homes through no fault of their own, right? Low-income communities of color were also devastated by this. So if we look at things from a lens of restorative justice and reparations, what would that look like for the people who are today tenants who lost their homes and lost their equity? And there's enough data out there to show a direct connection on which financial institution was directly responsible, right? Even with some of the local government lawsuits, for example, the city of Oakland has sued Wells Fargo for predatory lending activities. That lawsuit is about capturing money for local government. So yes to that, but yes to addressing the harm that occurred with individual homeowners and with those communities themselves. We also see that these same communities that were targeted for predatory lending activities, that they're currently being redlined by those same banks around investments in affordable housing and community development opportunities, including by even the nonprofit community development financial institutions, because guess who invests in them? These same banks.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands raised, so we'll go to the next question. Bob, do you have a question?
Yeah, my question would be directed at anyone who chooses to respond on the panel. I've heard a lot about various things of a discriminatory or systemic nature that create a disparate impact on housing and rental for lower income tenants. I've heard only a couple of passing references to rent control. So I'd like to know whether you think that controls on rent, which, I mean, studies on left and right over the years have indicated rent controls suppress real estate values, diminish property taxes, reduce investment in housing, and bottom line, reduce the availability of housing for low-income individuals. Is rent control one of the things that is at least contributing to a disparate impact upon lower income people, particularly minority lower income individuals, at least in New York City?
Okay, who would like to answer that question? Emily?
Thank you. I'm so glad you asked this question. It's something I've been looking into from a health perspective, especially in light of the case that's currently pending in the Second Circuit Court of Appeals challenging New York City's rent control laws. Rent protection disproportionately shields New Yorkers who otherwise would be the most vulnerable to rent increases and housing instability. And so that is exactly the population that we're talking about today. Rent stabilized units in New York City house the lowest income renters. In 2011, 65.8% of tenants in these units qualified as low income. And in contrast to the regular market where it was 53% was low income. And citywide, households of color and low income renters occupied the greater share of rent regulated units, 64.7% compared to 57% in the mainstream market. Rent stabilization based on literature review also protects tenants in areas facing neighborhood churn. So under the current rent stabilization regime, hundreds of thousands of units eligible for rent stabilization are located in the very neighborhoods that are undergoing displacement and gentrification. So this law, as you know, it doesn't apply across New York State, and it's currently being challenged, but it has been pivotal to keeping families stable. And that has also had an effect on the health of those communities, because we know that displacement and turnover in housing, in rental housing in particular, actually leads to poor health outcomes for the individual household as well as the community that they're in.
Okay, seeing no other hands raised, we'll go to the next question. Vivian, do you have a question?
Yes, hi, thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Okay, good. So thank you so much for these wonderful presentations again and the insights that have been shared. I just wanted to, so a lot of what we've been hearing to date, at least to my understanding from this panel and then the first one, is about both short and long-term strategies, right? So short-term emergency measures that we can use, I would say stronger legal and economic support, housing assistance would go in that bucket. And then more long-term, systemic issues targeting exclusionary zoning, residential segregation, making housing a public good rather than a commodity. And I was thinking and asking if anyone wanted to respond to kind of medium-term strategy. So, because we got to write the report, right? So I'm always thinking about that, as I'm sure my colleagues know. So anyway, so are there any kind of medium-term strategies that you would recommend to us to consider, and what would they look like? Thank you.
Okay, I see Heather, you'd like to answer that?
This may not be the most satisfactory answer, but thank you for asking it, this question, and for putting it in light of recommendations. It makes sense as a practical matter. And my answer is to set up process. And when I approach segregation, thinking about this affirmatively furthering fair housing requirement, it's not just about setting up the obligation, which, to be clear, exists under federal law and the Fair Housing Act already, but it's to set up an expectation. I look at, and I've got it here, it's the new executive order 13985 that President Biden issued on his first day in office that sets out this idea of having this equity, this racial equity assessment across all areas of the government, and reports are due to, I believe, to OMB on June 20th. And I would think about things like that, like expectations that there be processes in place. Maybe, for example, if we're going to talk about New York State better enforcing its source of income protection, we think about, as this committee uncovers some of those key ways we can improve enforcement. If you look at my my written recommendations, one of the footnotes cites to some great examples of best practices for improving those enforcements. Those are examples of things where we already have an obligation in place, and we need to set up a process so we normalize thinking about things like segregation or thinking about race proxy in source of income discrimination. So let me offer that as one medium-term way to think about these long-term solutions.
Okay, Margaretta?
Thank you, Vivian, for that very practical question. The 5 policy ideas that I offered in my testimony, I feel like they're all medium term because these are actually all policies that have been enacted in other jurisdictions, including New York City. So they're incredibly viable, and it does take some time to go through the policymaking process, which is why I wouldn't put them into the short term, right? So it's not a quick fix around immediate rental assistance funds or a temporary eviction moratorium, for example. So it's going to take a year or two to go through the process of the data, the political will, the research, all the hearings needed to pass good legislation.
Okay, we'll go on to the next question. I'll come back to Glenn. We'll skip him for now. Raphael?
Thank you. While I have many questions, I guess I'd just like to ask the panelists a version of the same question I posed to the last panel. Many of the presentations have highlighted or alluded to top-line disparities in eviction data across racial groups. The implication again being that racial animus is to blame, though I don't think I heard anyone on this panel make that claim explicitly either. Again, I'm not convinced that the disparities highlighted thus far definitively evidence taste discrimination on the part of landlords. It seems that the case for discrimination that some of the panelists have made is focused on structures that not only fall outside the control of today's landlords, but likely predate their birth or immigration to the United States. So as I understand this committee's task, it's to assess whether tenants are currently being discriminated against by their landlords in eviction proceedings. And so with that in mind, I'd like to ask whether and to what extent the top line disparities identified by the panelists, such as the statistical overrepresentation of Blacks and Latinos among those facing eviction, shrink or grow when one controls for whether, and if so, how much rent is owed.
Okay, which panelist or panelists would like to answer? I don't see any hands going up. Are any of you, 5 of you, interested in answering Raphael's excellent questions? Heather?
Thank you. While I can't speak to that directly, I do definitely think that Peter Hepburn's answer to that on the emerging research they're doing is very important. But what I want to highlight is in my written remarks, my first point that I encourage the committee to really spend some time with is the lack of data, especially with respect to demographic data about landlords. We really can't answer questions like this without collecting more data. And so I just want to reinforce that as a recommendation that certainly is within the purview of this committee's of work and your prerogative. And I would very much so encourage you to note that lack of data, because every member on this committee is asking great questions that really go back to this data, and there's just not enough of it.
Thank you. Emily?
Thank you. I also highly recommend following the Eviction Lab and their research. I know that they are actively looking into this. I did want to bring in experience of a study I'm an investigator on right now. We've been conducting observations of eviction court for the last 6 months in Forsyth County, North Carolina, and staying in touch with other researchers observing courts across the country. And we're all finding the same thing, that predominantly the property owners' attorneys, and the judges are white, and the tenants are Black or Latinx. And when there are people of color in the room, we observe more often that the bailiffs had their hands on their tasers or their guns. We observed that tenants were dismissed when they were trying to raise defenses to their case if they weren't represented. And so the treatment of tenants that we observed overwhelmingly demonstrated bias against people of color presenting before the court. I know that doesn't speak to the motivation of the property owner for filing, but the data that we heard earlier from researchers demonstrates that there is a disproportionate rate of people who are of color who are being filed against than there are renters of that race in the rental market. And so the evidence is truly demonstrating some level of bias that's operating within this system, whether or not it's implicit or overt. It is having an impact on the health, livelihood, and well-being of these communities.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go on to the next question. Stephen, do you have a question? Stephen, do you have a question? I see you're muted.
Hi, Stephen. Just as a reminder, you'll need to unmute from the button on your screen. All right, we may need to come back to him as well as Glenn
Okay.
Bryan.
We'll do that. So Mikal, let's go on to you. Do you have a question? We'll come back to Stephen as well.
Hey everybody, thank you to all the panelists for your excellent presentations. I was really interested in the interplay between
the kind of longer term structural issues that a number of you spoke to, namely, I think one of the central ones being segregation. And then some of the solutions presented specifically around public and social housing. And I'm, one of the things I noticed, and I know Emily spoke to a few other places that seem to have implemented good solutions around this, but I noticed in Margaretta's presentation, 2 of the examples were from Singapore and Finland, which of course are much more homogenous societies than the US. So I'm interested in how we ensure that solutions like public and social housing don't perpetuate issues of segregation.
Okay, so David?
Yeah, thanks. That's a very important point, because there is, in New York and in many other places, there is a history of segregation in public housing and in social housing. But if you look at a place like London, for example, which is at the same scale as New York and has a similar history with migration and is cosmopolitan in a similar way. Social housing, and it's called council housing in London, is a real, a truly cosmopolitan part of the urban fabric here, and is one of the things that sort of protects diversity and difference in London communities, especially places where there is large amounts of new investment, which tends to produce housing that isn't really useful for the purpose of living in many cases, and isn't providing the same kind of residential environment, and isn't really functioning as home in the same way. There were struggles in London as well about segregation in housing, but to an impressive extent, council housing in London is a truly diverse and cosmopolitan part of urban life here. And I think the idea that there can't be bonds of solidarity between communities and a real sort of convivial cosmopolitan urban life in social housing is really disproven by the experience of cities like London.
Okay, thank you, Margaretta.
Thank you for the really important question. As we look to a pathway where we can house all our people, right? So I think we can look at the model of public education. And it's an experiment that we've been enacting and still enacting in this country. So how do we make sure that all our children receive a certain level of education? And what are the different ways in which we can promote racial inclusion, diversity, right? It looks very different. It's a grand experiment. There are some schools, some school districts where it's done really well, and there's a lot of collaboration and intentionality there, and other places where it's just a hot mess. So I think we're perfectly imperfect as human beings, and we're going to be facing this issue with all our systems as a very racially diverse country. But it shouldn't keep us from meeting the fundamental human needs of our population.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next question. Craig, would you like to ask a question?
I would, Brianne, thanks. Mr. Madden said that eviction is a form of mental and physical violence, that it needs to be seen as part of a broader problem of living insecurity, powerlessness, and risk. It seems to me that the Overton window is being expanded to its breaking point with this sort of rhetoric, so I ask, what do you say to skeptics who simply reject that premise outright as well as the premise that housing is a human right, and who view the landlord-tenant relationship as properly understood, as it generally has been, as governed by principles of contract and real property law, subject to robust city, state, and federal anti-discrimination laws. And thus, if a tenant fails to pay rent, fails to attempt to make good on the obligations, exhausts equitable and legal remedies that are available in housing court, and cannot make a showing of racial animus, what does any of this have to do with America's legal conception of civil rights?
Okay, would anyone like to answer that question, David?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think the important thing is recognizing that housing is not the same as other sorts of goods. It is a precondition to participation in the rest of economic and social life. It is also rooted in communities. So if you buy a car and aren't keeping up with your car payments, it doesn't mean that your children therefore become homeless. And your entire household doesn't get punished to the same extent. You don't get banished from civil society in the same way of the violence of eviction and displacement. So I think that seeing housing purely as property is, first of all, one of the things that is producing the eviction crisis that we've all been talking about, and producing the pervasiveness and the unevenness of eviction. And it's also just something that's fundamentally at odds with the way that housing actually works as a part of social life. It is simply different than other consumer goods. It's far more fundamental, far more important to people's ability to participate in the rest of life as we see it. So it's not adequately seen through purely contractual terms. And as I said, the more that it is treated in that way, the more do these problems perpetuate themselves.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised to answer that question, so we'll go back to Athena now, circling back to you, because you, Glenn, and Steve have not asked questions yet. So Athena.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you
Yes.
hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I thought this was a really interesting panel. And I want to thank the group, because I think you've, at least for me, given me some really critical pieces. Margaretta, I want to thank you for this idea of really, how do we house all our people? Pretty basic. How do we do that? And we can debate as to whether or not that should be a goal and see where we fall. So I thank you for that. I guess I also am thinking that when I look at these disparities, I would say that the current system, both in law and kind of in practice and socially, have failed. And they failed primarily communities of color. That's what's wrong with them. They failed. That's what we're seeing. And those failures have huge human cost. And those are not necessarily important to some, but important to others, right? We've been good at the country at ignoring the harms of certain groups. That's what we do. We've done that quite well, and we continue to do so. I guess I have a really specific question. I was going to ask the segregation question again, but I think that you all have really kind of helped me figure that out. I guess my question is really to Matt, and I want to thank both Emily and Heather. Sorry for the first names. I apologize for their contributions. My question is to Professor Madden, and it's really about, in your book, you draw connections between foreclosure and eviction. And you say that's they're the two sides of the same coin. And we haven't talked about it so much in this panel, about landlords, and particularly landlords of color. And I wonder if you could say something more about that being two sides of the same coin. I think you all have also talked a little bit about it in institutional investors as having really kind of profit-oriented goals. But I want to kind of tease out the small landlords and their relationship to tenants.
Okay, so David, would you like to answer that question? Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for that. There's a lot there. I mean, I think these are both forms of housing dispossession that can be traced to the sort of domination of housing as sort of real estate as opposed to home, and also I think as many people have discussed today, the eviction crisis and the foreclosure crisis follow similar patterns of sort of predatory inclusion in some cases of communities of color, as well as predatory exclusion. And so there's a real sort of similarity in terms of how these problems developed and where they came from. I mean, I think they also point to the fact that these questions about who deserves to have housing, how should it be distributed, what principles should it be distributed along, cut across different housing tenures. So to some extent, I think that the sort of tendency in a lot of housing research to sort of sharply distinguish questions of renters and of owners is not always helpful, because there are still questions in both of these tenure areas about what is the purpose of housing and how should it be distributed. So I think, for that reason, they're sort of getting at similar issues. I mean, obviously, the specifics are quite different, and we're talking about people who occupy different locations in housing system and the housing hierarchy. But I think that the larger questions about who housing should be for, should it be for the people who live in it, who reside in it? Should they be the privileged participants in the sort of residential process? Or should it be a question of economic relations and profitability? I think they're raised in both of these instances.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go back to two other members that haven't asked questions yet. Is Glenn on? And Glenn, would you like to ask a question?
I do not see that Glenn has been able to join just yet.
Okay, so let me go to Steve. We're having some audio problems. Steve, or would you like to ask a question? Hey, Steve, it looks like you're still muted. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, I'm not sure what the problem is. Let me go. Mallory, are you able to see what's going on with Steve's audio?
No, I'm not, but I sent him an email. So yeah, we'll try to troubleshoot if he replies.
Okay, we've got about 10 more minutes. So let's just, while we're waiting to see if Steve has a question or Glenn returns, if I can see, I see Raphael, your hand has gone up first. So you get the next question.
Thank you. So this question is specifically for Margaretta, Lynn. So you mentioned that convicted felons are being discriminated against on the basis of their status as such. And it seemed to me that you were suggesting that we should consider prohibiting landlords from screening tenants on those grounds being whether or not they have a felony record. My question is, why shouldn't we expect this to actually drive larger disparities by leading more landlords to statistically discriminate against Black and Latino applicants at higher rates, which is what the research on so-called ban the box initiative seems to show in the context of employment decisions?
Margaretta, would you like to answer the question? So, okay.
Thank you very much for that question. We went through an extensive 2-year process in the cities of Berkeley and Oakland in designing and passing North Star fair chance housing laws. In Berkeley, it was involved the Berkeley Landlord Association, and at the council meeting, they actually came out in full support. There are many different versions of what fair chance housing laws look like. The ones that we enacted in Berkeley and Oakland removes criminal history from consideration, yes, but it leaves in place landlord discretion, the ability to look at all the indicators that are relevant to defining whether or not someone is going to be a good tenant for you. So I think I just want to name that because there are different forms of fair chance housing policies around the country. To your question about, so there's been a few studies have been done regarding the implementation and the aftermath of ban the box and employment policies. And they, I think, conclude different things regarding this issue you're raising of potential racial discrimination entering into the workplace environment. We are actually working on the first national impact evaluation of fair chance housing policies to examine this issue itself. One of the conversations that we had in town hall forums with landlords when this very issue was raised is that racial discrimination is something currently illegal in our country, right? So there are different pathways for dealing with different issue areas. And if a landlord is discriminating based on race, that's something that needs to get addressed based on our racial anti-discrimination laws.
Okay, next question, Tiffany.
I'd actually like to get some clarification about the relevant legal standards. We've had this conversation before, but memory is grows short, etc. So I think it's perhaps helpful, certainly for me, to get a refresher. Several members of the panel have raised concerns about the lack of evidence of discriminatory intent. And what I would like to get from members of the panel is clarification on this point. Certainly under federal law and quite possibly under New York state law, is it required to establish that there is proof of intentional discrimination in order to establish that there is a housing discrimination claim that is viable? Or, by contrast, is it sufficient to rely on evidence of disparate impact in order to establish the existence of a violation?
Okay, who would like to answer the question? Emily and Heather.
Among many things, the Fair Housing Act prohibits housing screening policies or actions or blocking people out of housing, or any kind of policy that may appear neutral but has a disparate impact based on race or gender. So all of the examples that you've heard today would likely qualify for a violation of the Fair Housing Act based on that disparate impact, even though the act itself may seem neutral on its face.
Okay, and Heather?
So I want to fully agree with what Emily just said. It does not require the showing of racial animus in and of itself, just like Emily said. However, I just want to offer some caution from the perspective of a former evictions defense attorney, but also as an impact litigator. When I think about this, very rarely is that actually going to be an individual defense in an eviction proceeding. Maybe it will, and I bet there are a lot of fantastic eviction attorneys out there who think about these things and how to formulate these defenses. But very often this is going to be affirmative litigation to address a policy that's having an impact, and it's going to have some really challenging aspects to litigation. One, not a lot of attorneys actually do this area of work or can do it pro bono. So either going to have it's going to be a small universe and it may not be well connected to the particular policy and the particular geography. So that's one piece. And another one is that this sort of litigation will often require statistical experts, some sort of expert witness who can talk about or otherwise generate this data to say this is why it has a disparate impact. And that really is a combination of a few things that I do want the committee to have on their minds when it comes to disparate impact. One, of course, is the ways that you could say that the Inclusive Communities decision of 2015, the Supreme Court decision affirming that there is, in fact, a cognizable disparate impact theory, that it also maybe in some ways puts some limiting language on or gives challenges to plaintiffs trying to bring these types of claims. And then additionally, there's currently a regulatory battle happening over the interpretation of that standard through HUD. And so obviously there's a process by which the Biden administration is trying to repromulgate disparate impact regulations that spell out in a more effective way. But the most recent rule that was put into place in 2020 makes it very difficult to bring that affirmative litigation in a way that would survive an initial motion to dismiss and proceed further into litigation. So I just want to say that disparate impact, and I would refer the committee to a really helpful article from 2013 in American Law Review by Stacy Stecksnyder of Tulane. It addresses the 40 years of disparate impact cases. And it talks about how disparate impact has a sort of mixed bag and hasn't necessarily been what we need as a legal standard to accomplish all of the sort of lofty goals that I think we have for disparate impact litigation. But let me just end by saying that doesn't mean that it's not a really important backstop as a legal standard, especially as forms of discrimination become less overt and more subtle. So it's still very important and needs more development in the case law and in regulation. Thank you for that.
Okay, so I see we only have a few minutes left. Jamil, you get the last question. I hope it's a short one with short answers because we will need a 15-minute break and I need to allow 30 minutes for public comment.
Thank you very much, Brianne. Tiffany asked my question, but I had a kind of alternative question that I had to stand by, which is to Emily. If you can say a little bit more about the health toll of eviction. You've mentioned that in your presentation. If you can say a little bit more about that and in ways that we should be addressing it in terms of policy, how can we translate these concerns, these real impact on health and mental health of people who are either subjected to evictions or threats to evictions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate your interest in this area of the crisis. So it is widely documented through dozens and dozens of peer-reviewed literature that eviction itself is associated with severe negative consequences to health, to well-being, to access to opportunity and livelihood. The health effects are widespread and they attach oftentimes at the moment of filing. So where we have eviction cases that are frivolous or not based on a violation of the lease or staying over the lease time or non-payment of rent or otherwise, even in those cases where they're overturned, the tenants can experience increase in anxiety, in depression, suicidal ideation, and a decrease in immunity and other things, which is one of the reasons why we saw such a spike in COVID-19 following the lifting of moratoria and eviction outcomes. It's particularly traumatizing for children and for women. We know that women who are Black are the most likely to be targeted by eviction, and they also have some of the most severe consequences. That this eviction itself is not about finding another place to live. It is a severely traumatizing moment in an individual's life that's incredibly destabilizing. For children, it can actually take years off of their life, so reducing life expectancy. For women, it increases physical and sexual violence. It also increases the likelihood of eviction in the future. So this downward spiral begins, and there's really no opportunity to recover because people who have been stressed with this event in their life are experiencing toxic stress and the inability to actually rebuild their lives, especially as all of these other layers are compounding the crisis, like screening for past evictions and otherwise. So how do we prevent that from happening? Well, we have to address this inequitable system itself. That we need an alternative to a system where if you are $1 late in some states or a few hours behind on paying your rent, the consequence of that does not merit the harm. It's not connected to it in any way. It's so severe, so that the non-payment of rent cases need to be removed from whether or not you can retain your housing. And eviction itself should really be reserved for those emergency cases, like they were available during the pandemic, even in states that had moratoria, those exemptions for emergency cases and otherwise. But all of the examples that you heard today, all of the interventions would lend to preventing these grave harms. But it truly is that moment of filing and on. And one of the main ways to, I think, address this system while we are attempting to redesign it is right to counsel. That intervention is demonstrated to keep people housed in really profound ways, and also demonstrates the inequity and imbalance in the system. That if the fact of just adding an attorney, if that's the only thing that changes in a case, increases the percent of people who stay housed by 84% in New York City, as opposed to almost none, it really, I think, demonstrates just how inequitable that system is and how it really needs to be improved in order to maintain housing and prevent these harms.
Okay, so I'm going to have to conclude this panel. Just like the first panel, it's been an excellent panel, excellent presentations, and really robust discussion. I want to thank you all for joining us and sharing your remarks with the committee. The panelists may leave this session if you wish to, or you're welcome to remain on for the public comment at 4:30. We are now going to take be about a 12-minute break because we have to start promptly at 4:30 to allow 30 minutes for public comment. The briefing has to end at 5 o'clock. So I would ask for those of you staying on, please just mute and stop your video, but stay logged on so we'll be able to proceed at exactly 4:30. We'll see you then. Thank you so much again to all of our panelists. Okay, Mallory, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You sound great. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed. It's 4:30. Welcome back from the break. We will now begin with the public comment period. This is an opportunity for the public to offer comments to the committee about this topic. I'll ask you to please keep your comments limited to 2 to 4 minutes. As a reminder, all remarks are recorded for the public record. As the chair, I reserve the privilege to cut short any statements that defame, degrade, or do not pertain to the issue at hand. I will now invite members of the public to share brief statements with the committee. I will start by inviting comments from those of you who have notified Molly Trachtenberg of your intent to speak today, followed by those of you who raise your hand in the participant list, followed by those of you who type in the chat comment. I will ask you to raise your hands by hovering your mouse near your name in the participant list or selecting the raise hand from the menu of the 3 dots near the meeting controls. No public comments regarding the study will be accepted in the chat. You can only write comment, and that way I'll know to call on you. Everything has to be stated publicly. So at this point, I will call on members who wish to make public comment, or members of the public. I understand Robert Robinson would like to speak with us. Mr. Robinson would like to hear your comments.
All right, so Robert, I'm going to unmute you now. You should receive a request to unmute from your system. Great.
So I want to thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Molly, and thank you to everybody on the committee. I think there was some incredible testimonies put forth today. I'm going to speak to rental subsidies in New York City. A little bit about me. I work with a human rights organization called Partners for Dignity and Rights, formerly known as NESRI, the National Economic and Social Rights Initiative. I also work as a community advocate with respect to homelessness and housing, and work with 2 housing coalitions in New York, the Right to Counsel Coalition and Housing Justice for All. We know, and it's been well documented, and I wish I could have brought members to this committee to testify, but they will be on future calls, around the issue of discrimination against vouchers. To New York City's credit, they have followed the federal government when funds were cut to the Section 8 program and created something called City FEPS that was directed at families with children. And then we had Section 8 vouchers, which come from the federal government and mainly Housing and Urban Development. Housing and Urban Development had a certain fair market ceiling for their vouchers. New York City FEPS was a lot lower. We just recently had a bill passed by a New York City Council to raise that level, but we still face landlord discrimination and source of income discrimination in New York City. Even with 2 units, New York City's Human Resources Administration, which sends out these vouchers, has a fair housing unit, and the New York City Human Rights Commission, which has a fair housing unit. Both these units are lacking in staff resources and financial resources to carry out the duties that they were charged to do. So with respect to, and I'm going to answer, Vivian Louie broke down a question she had earlier into 4 parts, and I think she was looking for action steps. So Vivian, what we need, when you talk about real estate, you say location, location, location. What we need is enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. There are laws on the books in New York City and New York State against source of income discrimination, but we need enforcement mechanisms to ensure that people who are attempting to rent rental housing from landlords with a voucher are not discriminated against. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Robinson, and I hope that perhaps some of the people that you've mentioned might be able to come and speak to us on June 18th or June 25th at 4:30 as well. So let's see, do we have anyone else that would like to give public comment? You may raise your hand in WebEx on the computer screen, or if you're calling in, you may press *3 on the telephone keypad to indicate whether you would like to speak. You may also type comment into the chat. Okay, at this time, I don't see any hands raised in the participant list. I will look at the chat to see whether anybody has written comment. I do see we have a number of members of the public. We're really pleased that you joined us today. So we will remain online until 5 p.m. because we have the public comment for the 30-minute period. Perhaps some of those online might decide they would like to comment, or others could call in during these 30 minutes. One moment. Yes. Let me just ask whether, because we do have some interpreters and people could be speaking to our interpreters. So I thank Mr. Robinson for his comments. We're going to take a 2-minute break. I suggest everybody remain there so that we can organize the interpreters to relay comments that might have been shared by the audience through the language access conference line.
Do you need me, Chairperson? The interpreter.
So Benson, this is Mallory, and I'm going to quickly ask if you can check with your operator to see if you've had anybody join on your participant line.
Operator over my phone, right?
Yes, your operator by phone.
Hello, Shelby. How do I get to talk to her? I can't.
I believe you
hold
press
on,
star one.
Hold on. She's talking to. Do we have any participant over the phone, man? Shelby?
We do not.
No, we do not, man. There's no
Wonderful.
English speaking person here.
Okay, thank you so much, Benson. I know that's that's a little bit complicated to manage, so
That's
thank you
fine.
so
No,
much.
thank you
And
for yeah. Thank
yes,
you,
thank
Shelby.
you. And Benson or Therese, you can send a message to me in the chat if anybody ends up joining on the participant line, and we can
Okay,
circle
sure.
back to you. Okay?
Certainly.
So I'm going to go and mute you now, and then I'm actually going to call on the Spanish interpreters. So Jeanette, I'm going to unmute you first on WebEx. And you should see an unmute button pop up on your screen. And Fanny, I'm going to unmute you next. And you should see an unmute button pop up on your WebEx screen. So Fanny or Jeanette.
Okay.
Great. Hi, Fanny.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good, thank you. Fanny, can you please ask your operator if anybody has joined on the participant line?
Operator?
Your operator on this CenturyLink line. Are they listening to you?
Operator? Are you there?
Are you there?
Is somebody there to
Yes,
ask a question?
No public comment.
Okay. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Fanny. I'm going to mute you and Jeanette. And the same thing that I told Benson and what we practiced the other day, if you have anybody who joins and your operator lets you know that somebody has joined on the participant lines, please send me a private message in the chat. And the chat is at the bottom of your screen in WebEx. Brian, let me just check my email real quick. All right, and I do not see any other requests by email, and I do not see any requests in the chat. So I'll turn it back to you.
So, yeah, so I see that, Mr. Robinson, that you have your hand raised. If you, since we don't have others wishing to make public comment, if you'd like to take a few more minutes to speak to us, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it. Just a follow-up comment to my previous statements. I think one thing should be made clear. There is a difference between a voucher and when I think about a federal housing subsidy, and some of the academics will probably understand how I'm laying this out. I think we need to move away from a voucher. A voucher is a piece of paper. It does not guarantee you a place to live. the federal government has moved to a model of what we call project-based Section 8. They match people to apartments, a physical space. So I think by moving in that direction, I think is positive on behalf of the federal government. It is my hope that we could get local governments, especially New York City government, to think in that way, because we've obviously learned that the piece of paper is problematic. Thank you again for the opportunity.
And thank you so much for joining us. So we have almost 20 minutes that we will remain available and online in the event anybody else wishes to call in from the public. While I'm doing that, I'd like to ask my colleagues, my fellow committee members, if any of you would like to comment on today's testimony. We've had a very full, robust presentations and discussion. When our briefings are over, we will be starting to debrief and comment on what we've heard and what we've thought about, and I'd certainly welcome any opportunity to take advantage of the time that we have together. Raphael, I see your hand is up, so I'll call on you first, and other members should feel free to raise their hands, and I'll call on you according to how you raise your hands. Raphael?
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight, based on the last question of the last panel, and I'll share this via email, but I would just encourage everyone on the committee to look at the case of Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs versus Inclusive Communities. This was a Supreme Court decision from 2015 that was referenced. It does hold that disparate impact claims are viable, but as was mentioned by one of the panelists, it does set out some pretty important limitations on that. And I'll just read one line from the decision, which is that just as an employer may maintain a workplace requirement that causes a disparate impact, if that requirement is a reasonable measurement of job performance, so too must housing authorities and private developers be allowed to maintain a policy if they can prove that it is necessary to achieve a valid interest. So while disparate impact it can be the basis for a viable a claim under the Fair Housing Act, this case does make very clear that you have to show that there is a policy in question that is not reasonably related to a valid interest. So controlling for some of those other factors and getting at that question, I think is going to be important for us. So like I said, I'll share that case with the committee, but wanted to just share that.
So I think, Raphael, if I'm not mistaken, Mallory, please correct me if I'm wrong, because we are a public body and everything we do must be public in terms of our discussions, substantively, we can't email among each other any substantive matters, but you're welcome to put that in the shared worksheet that we have that allows you to put articles, books, and the like, and that way we'll all be able to refer to it. Tiffany?
I just wanted to share that one of the most powerful pieces of evidence that I heard today was the testimony that said that landlords are more likely to evict Black renters for a lesser amount of back owed rent than they will white renters. I think that that is not only an important piece of this disparate impact story, it's an important piece of understanding the scope of the harm that exists, but I also think that it goes to the point that Raphael just made in terms of thinking about the legitimacy of, if not explicit policies, then certainly practices or customs that landlords have in place. And so I think it's important for us to remember that bit of data, because I think it's crucial in terms of thinking about exactly what's happening on the ground. And I'm very grateful that we got that testimony today, because it's certainly not something I knew. So I'm just happy we got to hear that today.
Okay, Jamil?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that, I think we discussed that way back when we were, first of all, I want to say that I'm really very pleased by today's two panels and discussions. It was really extraordinary expert opinions and conversation and also the Q&A. So really congratulate everyone who really made this work and brought those amazing panelists and experts. One thing just to respond to Raphael, you probably recall we have actually talked about that in the past when we started talking about the proposal, which is that even if the federal constitution or federal law has limited the disparate impact, that doesn't mean that the state law can go beyond and provide more protections as far as so this is the floor, not the ceiling, as far as our purposes for what we can recommend. So yes, I take it. In fact, I was just reading today or yesterday and today, because it was just released very recently, the report of the United States government to the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination under the treaty that we ratified in 1994. And the report is a periodic report that's submitted every 5 years, but it was overdue because of the last administration. But in that report that was submitted literally last couple of days, I guess, on page 3, the U.S. government to the United Nations says that the Fair Housing Act and the Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Fair Housing Act authorizes disparate impact claims, recognizing that housing discrimination does not have to be intentional to be illegal, and noting at the same time that causal connection to the defendant's policies must be shown. And that is, and then they reference the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. So I do appreciate your point bringing it up, but I think that we have to think a little bit, what does that mean to the purposes of the study and our recommendations? And I believe that as Tiffany said in her questions to the panelists, that I think that there's the disparate impact is actually somehow intact in many ways, that we should see it that way. But more importantly, I think for our discussions, it's one of the key questions that we put forward for these briefings is the structural racism. That is not just about individual animus and intentional discrimination, but what does the structural racism, how does that impact? And I think we got a lot of good information and analysis by the panelists and the experts that will inform our next briefings, as well as our way of analyzing other documentation while we start to put together the study and the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make clear to the committee members, I'm going to do the calling on the committee members based on raising your hands in the participant list. I don't want people to be put on the spot if they don't wish to make comments. But Athena, I'm actually going to jump over to go to Iris, because in the last round, she actually was the only one that didn't get to ask a second question. You were able to do that. I will go to you. I'm sure we'll have enough time. But Iris, let me go ahead and call on you, since you didn't get the second question in on the last panel.
Thank you, Brianna. I appreciate that very much. So I have just 3 observations that are related. I'll be quick. One, it just seems like to really get underneath what's really happening and so that we have a full view, the data becomes super critical. And several panelists mentioned the difficulty of getting real data, and so they've had to extrapolate. So I would suggest that we figure out, like, who knows what the barriers are to getting data and how can that data be gotten, as one thing to think about in the way of our proposals. 2, the landlord, I was really struck by how binary the sides are almost between landlord tenant. For me, civil rights are civil rights, whether it be a landlord, a tenant, a person who's, doing the other peripheral members of the ecosystem that I think one of the panelists talks about, Howard. So I would suggest, I would love to be able to talk to individuals who bring a truly broad, non-binary view, to just housing, the housing ecosystem, and equity. So that's not so all or nothing. And the final thing is doing a deep dive into the landlords, because I was feeling we segment it, institutional landlords versus, a mom and pop landlords with different demographics. It might lead to a different way to approach our proposals. That's it. Thank you, Brianne.
Okay. Thank you. I want to remind everybody too, Iris, you raised really, really good points. On June 25th, we're going to have an hour-long landlord forum. We should all continue to reach out. use our networks to try to get any landlord, all the different types of landlords that we've heard from to be able to come in. And likewise, that's going to be for 1 hour, and then that will be followed by the tenant or the renter forum. So we all, between now and that's, several weeks from now, need to continue to work to try to bring in some landlords and tenants. And obviously, anyone can call in during the public comments, so you can reach out to people to speak during that as well. So, Athena?
Thank you. Yeah, I thought these were really great panels and really interesting. And I learned quite a bit, and it clarified at least some of my thinking. Jamil, I would ask you to perhaps put that treaty in our shared folder so we might see that language that the U.S. government is using in defending itself internationally. With regard to Iris, I agree. I think one of our recommendations will have to be on data collection. I am not so sure that we're going to find the kind of data that you're talking about. Again and again, these people indicated that, this is what they do. And they didn't have that much data kind of on landlords. And so it seems to me that without almost thinking, that needs to be kind of one of our recommendations. In terms of binary, I too tried to get at that with the question about foreclosures and evictions, because all of those are about dispossession of housing. And I think it's important that a couple of people pointed out that some of those people who were homeowners 10, 12 years ago are now renters. And so I think that's kind of an interesting fact that we might want to think about and think about how we might bridge a little bit of this binary that you see. My own response was in part to in reaction to Raphael's comments. I agree that we're not just looking for an intent. We're not just looking for evidence of animus. I think that's important to look for, and I think there's some of that there. And so we should certainly be looking for it. I also think we should be looking for, kind of building the case and splicing the evidence to make a disparate impact claim. But I also think, as Jamil said, that our study has to be broader than that. And if you go back to our proposal, we asked 2 questions. We have about 5 or 6 questions, and at least 2 of them say something to the effect of, and what was it? One asked, what are the factors that drive evictions? Right? What are the factors? Really kind of broad question. And I think we got some of those answers, and I think we'll get kind of more details as we go on. Another one of our questions was, had to do with what impact did structural racism have on evictions, if any. And I can remember, since I drafted that, fighting folks about even using that language, because my sense has always been it's become a talking point and people don't even know what it means. They have some sense, but they don't know what it means. And others prevailed. I'm glad we did, because I think that's really important if we want to really do something here. If we want to really understand what is going on, what is driving this stuff, and what might be effective interventions, then we have to understand it. And I guess I also think with regard to that, it goes to the question of what is it that we want to do? Both understand it and make recommendations that we think will be helpful with some probably broad principles that we'll probably need to discuss. But I think those are our goals. And so our questions really do encompass, I think, a much broader picture, that we're trying to get a broader picture of the eviction process and how it comes about, and not just what the evidence is around either animus or disparate treatment. I think we're trying to understand. That is, we're trying to be intellectually honest and thoughtful. So I think we can be broad in our thinking what will turn out, what will be incorporated into the report, I think it's a different issue, but at least it's been important for me to understand kind of what's going on. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, so at this time, we only have a few minutes left. I'm going to actually just make a couple of comments, and then I will need to wrap this up. You know, we've had incredible work done by the commission staff to make this briefing happen, and 5 hours for them, the way that we've all been here. And I'm so pleased and proud with this committee that we've all remained online, but I have been told that we need to go offline at 5 o'clock as it's been a very long day. I want to say something about the data. So I'm a retired judge, and I sat in the Brooklyn Family Court over child abuse and neglect. And I noticed that it was the Black and the children of color that were removed much more frequently than the white children. So I encourage court administration to keep data, because they don't keep data on the race of the families that come before. I wasn't able as a judge to cause the Office of Court Administration to keep data. I wasn't permitted to keep that data myself. What we've heard from some of the participants is that the Office of Court Administration has not really been collecting this kind of data. They would be in the best position to collect the data on race, on the landlords, on the tenants, certainly the people that come to court who they are able to see. So I would, just based on what I've heard, I would suggest that one of our recommendations might be to the Office of Court Administration, the chief judge, and the administrative staff to start collecting the data, because that's probably some of the best data that we could get to be able to do this analysis. At this time, we only have a few minutes left, so I need to wrap this up. I want to thank everyone who, Mr. Robinson, who made the comments, for calling in today and talking to us. We don't have anybody who joined to provide public comment, but didn't have the time. Everybody was able to do so. And I'm so pleased that my colleagues were able to share our thoughts on the proceedings thus far. We all know, we will continue the briefing on June 18th from 12 to 5 and June 25th from 12 to 5. We appreciate everyone's engagement. I just want to say that I've noticed that the chat was turned back on so that members of the public could say that they wish to speak. I noticed that there's been, Jamil, I think you put a document in there. I would just ask that all that be on the shared worksheet, because I'm not sure that the chat becomes part of the public record, and everything we do and say has to be on the public record. So we really appreciate everybody's engagement here. Anybody who wishes, who's been listening and wishes to provide any written testimony may do so up until July 25th. If you would like, if you provide your email address to Molly Trachtenberg, that's mtrachtenberg@usccr.gov, she will share a transcript of today's proceedings. I'm just going to check the chat just to see if there was anything in here that I need to be able to comment on. Raphael, I see you the last one that wished to say a word that we couldn't get back to you, so I do apologize for that. Okay, so at this time, I really thank all the speakers, everybody who presented. I thank the members of the public who have called in and have been listening to these proceedings. I thank all of my colleagues who have called in before 12 and remained all day to hear this, to engage in really robust discussion. You've asked excellent questions. I'm just so pleased and proud of this advisory committee. We are really an engaged group, and we have diverse perspectives. It will be very, very interesting as we conclude the briefings to be able to start our debriefing on this. So I thank everyone for joining. We appreciate your time. And again, we're going to join the briefing now until June 18th at 12 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. Have a lovely weekend.